everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another New State field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it still is audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch. Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time. So is it the best option? That depends on your situation. Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new two-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge, and let her rip. If you're battle weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the Tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or playing an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the drone shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy, which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem. Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the Vulture swooping in. You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema Armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. It's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter. Our last stop in this New State field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns, and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize. Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release. Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip into Troy. But rest assured, this is only the beginning. There's much more left to discover, so please join us on the next excursion where we'll be looking at more exciting updates. As always, we love and value your feedback, so comment down below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date on all PUBG New State info, and I'll see you on the next trip into Troy.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad. The goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Los comentarios significativos.
I will demonstrate to the world what actually shot is on the ground.
Whoa, what the?
Raise your glass to the victors, the winners and the big hitters. Yeah.
Welcome to the weekends, ladies and gentlemen, and this is the PUBG Challenger Rumble Series Season 2. My name is Contra, and alongside with me is the Hound, and we are ready to rumble on with all the best teams across Southeast Asia to be competing. So, the Hound, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty excited. Can't wait to see some
of course, apologies for a moment. It seems like your mic is muted for the moment. So don't worry. We'll definitely get that one sorted out. So, Hound, I'm pretty sure that we have a lot of things aligned for us for the entirety of the afternoon all the way to the evening. So, first, all this is brought to all of you by PUBG Studios, Geek Events, K&K Revolution, as well as Digitally Asia. So, Hound, if you're still with us, you know, give us a little bit of shout out. Okay. Don't worry about that. I guess we'll be able to, of course, hop right into the schedule at the moment while we give a little bit of time for the Hound to rectify some of the technical issues out there. But nevertheless, of course, this is your match schedule for today, where we'll be battling out in Arangel as well as Miramar, where it will be going on a triple rotation basis. So you'll see another series coming in match 3 as well as 4. And on top of that, of course, heading to 6 p.m. and 6:45, we'll be able to, of course, cover the entirety of the run for day number 1. So, speaking of which, Hound, I hope that everything's fine on your side.
Yeah, I'm hoping so too. Are you able to hear me? Hope that's clean and clear. So sorry about that, guys. A little bit of technical issues. Oh, so like I said beforehand, we are finally here to be able to witness some of the best players from Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, and Philippines go up against each other. 64 players, 16 teams going up against each other on a variety of maps. There's been a lot of changes thus far that's been happening to its PUBG PC heading up towards this tournament, and I can't wait to see, as we're going to be seeing all of the players, all of the teams here. We've got the Colony PH from the Philippines, Extraordinaire from Indonesia, Archangel Predator, Friendly Fire Gaming from Malaysia, Eagle 365 Esports from Indonesia, from the future, Fuego, 4 Samurai from Indonesia, Monkey Boss from Indonesia, the ASTRAX, Bot Slayer from Malaysia, Bahamut Gaming from the Philippines, Suark, Sangat Sopan Santun, NRX Esports, and Nomad, all from the Philippines as well as Indonesia and the Philippines respectively. So I can't wait to see what these teams are going to be bringing up against us, how they're going to be performing against each other. And remember, it's all about consistency heading forward here today, Contra.
That's right, and you know, we got so many superstar rosters out there, and with Archangel Predator being pretty much the champions of the previous season, I want to see what can they offer this time around alongside with Bahamut Gaming. So with the Philippines being the powerhouse, we'll see where or not can the other nations of Southeast Asia match to snatch that throne away. And speaking of which, of course, we're running in the format with the most chicken dinner making into the finals itself. Well, or should I say, the champions of this whole bout will be the ones with the most amount of chicken dinner. So this is the overall overview of the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2.
Yeah, so this is going to be very interesting indeed, as we're going to be heading into the total of 36 matches. Of course, it's all about most chicken dinners, with match winners getting the winner chicken dinner, and weekly winners for most winner chicken dinners. The tiebreakers, of course, are going to be revolving around the number of kills, which is going to be very important towards determining who will be able to score if they are tied up with the same amount of chicken dinner. So I'm thinking that being aggressive is going to be the main story to highlight here, Contra.
Well, of course, they really want to balance out survivability as well, because only the chicken dinner matters for the moment as compared to the previous ruling where, you know, we accumulate as much points as possible, but it's still really important just in case if that tiebreaker happens at the very end. So we do expect to see many of these skirmish happening over mid-game onwards, or even some to contest drop spots or so. So with that being said, I really wonder what will happen in Game 1 when we hit in towards the Rankle.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how Erangel is going to play out. A lot of these players actually have a lot of experience playing in Erangel, mainly because of how familiar it is. I mean, it is the first map that was introduced into this game, and I'm thinking that because of the amount of experience a lot of the players has, it's going to be very, very much determining how these early skirmishes are going to be playing out. Like how you have said, Contra, I think it's all about the rotations and being able to catch off some of these outliers. And I'm thinking a lot of the players as well are going to be playing around the circle, and how the early game skirmishes are going to revolve around those early game circle placements.
That's right. So we really want to see what goes down there, especially when we have familiar names coming back into this entirety of this season, as well as into this weekend. We've seen some spectacular plays happening in the past couple of weeks before. So that's where I really want to say that the bar has already been set by some of the teams out there. And just referring to some of the prizes that was won beforehand, of course, Archangel Predator was at the #1 spot alongside with Victim Rise, and on third place it was Eagle 365 Esports, where we see, you know, a little bit of a power challenge between the Philippines as well as the Indonesian region overall. But I bet that this time around it may just be a different story, where we have teams that some say they are the underdogs of the scene might just be able to take it away from some of the big names of Southeast Asia. So with that said, you know, PUBG Challenger Series, or PUBG Challenger Rumble 2021 Season 2 here is going to be starting off on an epic proportion for at least.
It's definitely going to be epic proportions indeed. We're going to be seeing a lot of these players actually play it very aggressively. We did see that in the past, a lot of these players actually revolve around these early game fights to catch off a lot of these teams moving into rotations, and I feel that's going to be really important. Gatekeeping also is going to be another strategy that we see very, very much adopted by a lot of these teams. And I'm thinking that also the thing about RNG actually plays a strong factor because of the weapon choices that they're able to have. I mean, you'll be able to maintain quite a bit of distance in terms of your effective range because of your DMR choices, as well as your bolt action sniper rifle choices as well, which I think is going to be benefiting a lot of these teams that like to play on the outliers, on the outskirts of the circle and push in. But of course, it's always a lot easier to actually fight the circle, not to say fight the circle, excuse me, to hold on towards the positioning within the circle rather than it is to fight into the circle. It's all depending on the amount of information that they get, whether or not they'll be able to get the reconnaissance out and be able to at least get into positions where they're able to get some flanking maneuvers executed on towards enemies that are waiting on the horizon for them.
That's right. There's a lot of exciting stuff happening here in PUBG in general. And you know what? I have been going on some rounds in Tago, the brand new map itself. And I hope that one day they will be able to introduce this into the professional circuit, because it's something that feels pretty much fresh to me on all these brand new terrains, and also the fact that you can come back with a second chance at live if you were to have a really bad start. But then again, of course, that will take quite a while before all the pro players adapt to the new map and also the new style of play that they can actually go in with Tago. So sticking back to the usual, Erangel as well as Miramar, I think that the players definitely are very much familiar when it comes down to all these play styles that's going to be inside of these two terrains. But when it comes down to rotations and the way that they really want to prioritize on how to get in towards the final zone is going to be the most crucial part of the game, where when we go into this sort of format, you know, it's really going to be hard where we can only get one team walking away with that chicken dinner. So may the best team win if that's the case.
Definitely, winning chicken dinner is going to be the priority here, but as well as looking at the consistency that has been pushed forward for a lot of these teams. It's always the more consistent teams that are able to get a high number of kills as well as a high number of chicken dinners are going to be the ones that are going to be moved forward. So it's really important for them to be able to maintain a little bit of that survivability as well, which you have aforementioned beforehand. And I feel that's going to be one of the things that we are going to be looking out for. A lot of these teams as well have made the preparations, but with with the new state coming in, that's just going to be interesting because there's a lot of new dynamics as well as new utilities that make the game a little bit fresh. And I think it's going to give a lot more onus on towards the teams to be able to at least get these downs as quickly as they can, because sometimes you want to down some players and you want to actually bait them out by getting the revives or getting them to pop out smoke and try to bait them out into the open. And I feel that can be counterintuitive towards maintaining a sustainable approach towards the end game. And I feel that's going to be maybe a new strategy that could actually come into play, depending on how the teams adapt towards these different new utilities that have been implemented into the game. I'm thinking that it's going to be more and more exciting as we progress into more and more games. That's for our Contra.
That's right. So with that, I really want to see where if the lobbies are pretty much up and ready for the running. Well, we of course get all of our players here set for our match number 1. So let's give them a little bit of a breathing room at the very least. And of course, usually they'll go in with a practice scrim runs behind the scenes. And then once they've already got their guns all warmed up and ready to blow, then I guess we'll drop hot into its angle. So some of the priorities when we look into certain teams is that they won't be playing around some of these key areas such as Rozak, Yesna, Pollyanna, to be able to establish a little bit of a good sustainable loot. Some of the other teams like to drop into a scattered terrain where we used to call this jungle looting at the very least, where you see small little compounds, you get what you need, get the car, and immediately go in for those rotation. What I expect is rapid, fast rotation all the way in towards the center, and that's where we will see them rumbling on with some of all these team fights, and hopefully they are well prepared for the very first game.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one indeed, Contra, because we got tons of action actually lined up for the players at home, because we do see that a lot of these players are getting ready and getting geared up, and I feel that there is going to be a lot of priority given towards all of these hotspots. And I feel that when we look at these hotspots, right, looking at particular places like school, like Asnaya, like Georgiopol and south of George, I think that's going to be, excuse me, not south of George, north of George, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be a lot of these places that are going to be playing a lot of these tight angles, less verticality compared to maybe a map like Miramar, but we do see that a lot of these slopes actually give a lot of opportunities for players on high ground to be able to get these long range angles that could give them not only the benefit of information, but also the benefit of being able to get some of these long range eliminations that could benefit the teams in terms of heading into the final game stage pushes and dwindling the numbers of players that are already ahead.
That's right, and I believe that there are so many different style of strategies that they could actually utilize. And the good news is that, you know, you've mentioned about the PUBG new state coming out. Not only do you get to enjoy PUBG on your PC, if you're on the go, you can just simply download the PUBG new state app on your phone, whether it's iOS or even Android. It'll be releasing pretty much soon, so you make sure you pre-register just beforehand, so you'll be the first one to get into the game. So with that, you get to enjoy even more of those chicken dinners to come, and I believe that there's a lot of new things being introduced once again. So, Hound, I guess that with so many of all these changes over the years, it finally came down to this stage where, you know, back then we were thinking about, wow, this game, so realistic and the graphics was so perfectly in motion. Now we get to enjoy it on our mobile phones. It's quite insane, if you really want to ask me.
Yeah, I mean, it's always great to be able to move around and get a little bit of your PUBG action, not just in front of your PC, but also wherever I go. I mean, whether I'm out and about going to work or whether I'm at the grocery stores and I have a bit of idle time, it's always great to just pop up your phone with a little bit of decent Wi-Fi or even decent data. I'm able to just get some of those long-range nasty shots with my SLR, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't know about you, but it's always a great time to be able to just get PUBG wherever I go, whether it's on PC, whether it's on mobile, whether it's on the go, or whether it's safe at home. So we do hope that each and every one of you guys are able to just go into your iOS or either into your Play Store and just download it right now, because that's going to be fun times for you guys at home. I don't know about you guys, but it has been a crazy turn of events in terms of the amount of changes that has come into the game, and I feel that the amount of utilities that are coming into the game as well are going to be more and more benefiting a lot of different playstyles, because normally we would see a lot of these teams actually benefit from a lot of the gunfights, a lot of the rotational strategies, and getting convoys to be able to get into the circle priority, which I feel that's going to be a major, playstyle that's going to be prevalent towards today. But I also see that there is a lot of utility to be able to actually get the revives, self-revives, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that has been implemented into the game as well. That's going to be another that's going to be another layer that's going to come back into the game. And I feel that's going to be one of those things that's just going to be like, oh, we thought we had him down, and suddenly we've got another extra guy going for the flank. So that's going to be something that I feel is going to be one of those games that, one of those gameplay styles that could actually benefit teams that are very sneaky with their movements.
That's right, and there's so many things that will come into consideration as well with patches after patches. I do believe that there's so many of all these cool features out there to be explored. If you guys, have been sitting around only watching the game, it's time for you guys to, of course, get your games all updated, because we have so much more that has been, of course, offering even casual players out there a lot of time for them to shine. So I'm just thinking about how many of all these up-and-coming talents will be able to, of course, get themselves well-known, if they can, of course, get themselves across, taking down some of all these key tournament players out there that's been around for a long time. And after all, this is the Battle of the Beast, so it's all about the 16 teams here, like you said, being the most consistent of it all that will be able to qualify in towards the upcoming rounds.
Well, I feel that a prediction I could safely make is that, judging from the overall playstyle of Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, and Singapore moving forward, it's always been a lot of mid-game skirmishes. For the most part, a lot of these teams actually play it in a way where, at least for the first few phases, they don't actually interact with one another until maybe they cross paths, or maybe they might, deliberately try to go into a lot of these home drops that I feel that's going to be contested. So we do see that some teams do pivot in a way where they have a little bit of favorite spots where they drop in terms of where in the map, mostly because of the amount of loot that they're able to get, and in terms of the utilities as well is going to be very important. So let's take a look at the list of teams again, as we're going to be seeing these players now these teams are going to be going up against each other. Remember, it is a total of 16 teams, 64 players. The closer you are to winning is definitely going to be determining on the fact that numbers definitely help with winning the games, but we have seen games whereby a solo player was able to clutch a 1v4 and able to win it out. So look for those moments as well moving forward, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm looking back into this list itself. Of course, not much of an introduction is needed for Archangel Predator as well as Behemoth Gaming. They've been around the scene for a very long time, and they've been competing to become the top team overall. But we've got new challengers coming out there with Eagles 365, the Colony, as well as teams such as the ASTRAX or even NRX Esports, which we saw so many great representation coming across Southeast Asia. But just look at the list of teams that we do have for this week itself. That's like how many Indonesian teams out there. I'm just counting, it's about 8 teams overall, while we also have about 5 teams coming in from the Philippines, and not forgetting Malaysia with 2 representatives as well. Wait, I did miss out Friendly Fire Gaming, so that makes it 3. So just seeing out of all these sort of names, right? Like, Friendly Fire Gaming has already been around for a very long time from the Malaysian circuit, but they have yet to, of course, get their hands on that #1 title just about yet. Will this be the day that they walk away with the most chicken dinners? It's, of course, a big question to all of us.
All right, so we're going to be seeing that, looking at these teams, I feel that there is going to be one of those teams that are going to be the outliers here. And looking at it, I mean, we have seen some of these teams actually perform in the past. Friendly Fire Gaming, the ASTRAX, as well as Botslayer are some of the teams that have been able to perform really, really well in the past. We did see as well from the Philippines, it was going to be NRX and Nomad, as well as Colony PH. Very aggressive in terms of their playstyle, but do play it a little bit safe in terms of their sustainability moving forward. For Indonesia and Singapore, though, they have quite a bit of showings here. The number of teams that have been able to show themselves into this are going to be the numbers. The numbers game is definitely going to be, how to say, a lot more in favor of them, mostly because of the amount of players that they amount of teams that they got in the game. But at the same time as well, I think it is going to be anyone's game moving forward, depending on how they're able to perform.
Indeed, it is. So, just seeing how things have worked from the previous week as well. Once again, of course, if you guys are currently tuning in, make sure you guys share the live stream to all your friends out there, as we're about to begin the match in a couple more minutes. And of course, if there's any sort of delay, we do apologize for that. But then again, this is our matches that will be starting shortly, as we will hit in towards Angle first, and then we'll get into Miramar for our second match. And this will go on another double rotation, hitting towards match 3 all the way towards the match number 6. So most amount of chicken dinners will take it all the way, and tomorrow we'll still have another day of 6 matches to come, so that will total it to a total of 12 matches.
Yeah, it's going to be a total of 12 matches indeed. As we're going to be seeing, it is going to be Erangel and Miramar in terms of rotations here. And I think this type of playstyle actually benefits quite a bit because it's always fresh. We do see that DCs may actually benefit in terms of switching out their playstyles, because Miramar has always been a map that's favored a lot of long-range sniping. So we do see that a lot of these players who are very talented at getting a lot of these sharp shooting shots from across the map are going to definitely be on the winning ground at least. But we have seen also that in Miramar as well, because of the amount of defilade that is prevalent in terms of the high ground to low ground rotations are going to actually play into their hands as well. So I'm thinking that being aggressive in terms of how they move from site to site are going to be very important as well at Miramar. But let's just focus a little bit more on Erangel here today, Contra, because looking at Erangel, it's always a lot of how to say, if there is a heat map in terms of where a lot of these fights are, we do see that a lot of the circles always round up around these hilly sides, and I feel that's going to be one of those places where people are able to hold out to high ground and use those tight angles, use those wide angles, excuse me, to be able to close out the game.
That's right, and I just really think that there's so many of all these teams who are so sharp coming into long range as well, and that will be well displayed coming in towards Miramar. And I like the fact that they will need to rely on all these open terrains to find a ditch, find a corner of a ledge just to hide for a moment or so. There's so many things that we need to factor in to hit in towards the upcoming battles right here. But that will be my favorite map to be on the lookout for. And also for many of the Filipino teams that are joining us today, they seem to be really strong coming into this entirety of the battle into the deserts of Miramar. And Angle, it's pretty much even Stevens, where we see very much of all these chicken dinners distributed evenly to teams hailing from Indonesia, Malaysia, as well as the Philippines. So with that being said, these 3 nations out there contending for the title to be the top 1, and we are ready to jump right in for our very first game of the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2.
Oh yeah, I can't wait to actually get into it. But as we all know, I mean, as much as we want to be breaking down the game, I feel that there is going to be a little bit of time before we get into it, because we do have to get everybody into the game. So remember, guys, all about timing. If you guys are there on time, checking in on time, we'll be able to get the game started as quickly as you can. I can see already from the comments on our official Facebook as well as our YouTube channel, we've got a lot of people already going. We got to get started the game. We can't wait to see what's going to happen. So if you guys are watching, whatever nationality you are, Malaysian, Indonesian, Filipino, or Singaporean, you got to drop some love for your favorite team. Drop the hashtag team name with win, and you will be able to give a little bit of support towards those teams that are looking to go forward. I don't know about you guys, but it's going to be a very I'm already like I'm excited. I can't wait to see what has changed in terms of the gameplay. I can't wait to see what has changed, because every iteration of a tournament, you're going to see more and more names come up, and basically the future of PUBG PC here in the region.
That's right. So with that said, of course, there's so many players out there that we really want to look out for staple names coming in from Archangel Pro. It's going to be CJ18, Mad Dog, as well as Elgin Bots. So hopefully I didn't butcher your name. I know it's been many of these seasons, and I still got to get it right. So don't worry about that. And hailing from the side of Eagle 365, one name that I've been, of course, very familiarized with coming from the Indonesian region is Shimmerit, where he has been the one making all the big plays out there and, of course, calling all the shots. So, of course, another up-and-coming team with the Colony, having many of these players who were ex-members of Archangel Predator, like Killa or even Babanji. They are out there to, of course, go in for the frags, but then again, it's going to be Killa that will be coaching them instead. So we are going to be good to go heading in towards our very first game, because we expect high quality action here with those big fat chicken dinners to be won in game one.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one. What I'm really interested to see is also the fact that a lot of these players are actually going to be very much into the game, as we're going to be seeing game number one. Match number one is going to be Erangel, as we're going to be seeing it. All these teams are ready to go. The flight is starting off, as we're going to be seeing a very interesting flight plan from Georgiapol all the way to Milta Power.
I guess this is a really interesting distribution when it comes down to territory gains, where they could just immediately drop in towards their respective city. Even if they really want to extend it all the way in towards the Nazca military base, they could do so by heading it towards the corners of the street, get themselves that Dacia or even the UAZ to rotate and towards their favorite compounds to be able to start things off. I think this is the best way to go about, where we won't really see too much of a commotion going on, unless if they were to go in for those early contests in either side of the hot drop. So I'm looking at Pachinki. There's going to be about 2 teams that's going to be loitering around, but E365 is just going to be loitering around the outskirts. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, such as Archangel Predator, will be taking the port right down over on towards the Sanasco River.
I'm really excited. I'm really looking forward to seeing how some of these teams are going to at least start off a lot of these early game exchanges. We do see that some teams are going to go to Sosnovka Island, relatively empty in terms of their, how to say, enemy. Whoa! Look at that first circle there.
That's right.
Sosnovka, as well as Milta Power, and oh my lordy, Lord Almighty. This is going to be very, very revealing in terms of how the players are going to be fighting off against each other here, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at teams here who are scrambling to immediately get some loot, and right over on this small little screen that we do have on the right, it's Archangel Predator that's going to be hanging over on the new little city over on the bottom side of the river. I think they will have some really good head start, especially when you do get a lot of all these vehicles just across the street. Now, from the future, is going to be able to actually start things off here with Mon already getting himself that SKS as well as the AKM. So, going to be having a double 7.62 setup, as we are going to be looking at the side of NMOS.
Yeah, we're going to be a Nomads here, as they are on some movements that could actually benefit them. Whoa! Early on, we're going to be seeing a little bit of accidental drops here. Spawning onto Kermizi very early on. It is going to be a revive here, but this is going to be very, very much detrimental towards him. Why? Because he has to use the first aid kit, and it is going to be utilities spent. I mean, using utilities definitely is going to be wasted on those little mistakes, but nothing too detrimental for them to recover from.
Yeah, this should be a-okay for them. So, just seeing how things are going to go for our very first game here. Many of the teams are all scattered across the map, and I feel for those who are in, whether it's North George, South George, or even Zarki, if anybody drops into that corner of the city. So, it's going to be tough for them to really make a move into where they need to be, which ideally they want to get in towards Milta or even Milta Power, or some would even opt for the Nova North capacity, which you could actually go in with maybe 2 teams to be able to actually stash up as much as they can. But Yasnaya is going to be a-okay for Team Extraordinaire to just immediately move down south once they actually get those loots. And 17 now hasn't even found himself a secondary weapon. So I guess they're going to take their sweet time to slowly stash it all up. Meanwhile, 2 Arc is going to be in Rozak. To escape out of Rozak is going to be a little tad difficult, as there is from the future over on their south end, and there's also another team that's lurking around the school zone, and that's going to be SOPAN SANTUN over on their western side as well. So they're kind of stuck for the moment.
All right, so we do see that a lot of the players are actually moving from location to location, getting as much utilities as they can, as well as weaponry. And I feel that's going to actually be in their mindset, in their win capacity to actually move up. We do see that the SSS here are actually going to be considering their early game movements. I think they are just mostly going to move around from side to side, play around a lot of these defilades that could actually bring them quite a bit of information. But then again, they are all in one vehicle, so this could be very, very detrimental to them. Why? Because all it takes is just one team to spot them out, and a coordinated spray could serve them a bit of fire.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher for them at the very least, but they have to make do with what they have, especially coming in from the corners of ruins as well as the water town. It doesn't really offer you that many vehicle options out there, and I think you got to be thankful it's not going to be a trike at the very least, but it seems like Savior is the first one to open fire. FFG dishing out a slight bit of damage out there, but it's not going to be able to deter the members of NRX.
All right, it's going to be SKS and AKM combo for Savior, another Malaysian team here that has a lot of experience going up against NRX Esports from the Philippines. Both of them now are going to go for it, but FTF Man will be able to take down E365 Vandal. So we do see Vandal now is going to be the first casualty here for E365 on the fighting side. So as we're going to be seeing here very early on, one casualty already has been experienced by them, but nothing too dangerous yet has been revealed. But it is going to be a bit of a fight from NRX as they're going to go for the Jiggle Peaks, trying to get as much information as they can, as Namziao, Suzanami, Aisu, as well as Nisal that we are viewing on from now, trying to get as much information as they can onto the side of FFG. Oh, some good shots here from distance. I don't know whether or not they'll be able to get out. The Mini 14 comes out, switches off onto the AKM. Will not be able to get that angle off because of the defilade. So this could be a turn for them to get some scores here.
Some really good setup coming in from the side of NRX, trying to deter all these teams from rotating inwards in towards the middle of the city. But for the moment, it seems like they don't really get all too much going on. They do pop the tires, though. So ASTRAX having TBL here, just getting a vehicle turned up. Well, I guess they will need to send more members out there to be able to assist some of the players out on the field, and that's where I guess the side of FSG, they really want to find some way to run around.
All right, we're going to be seeing a little bit of problems for MBS here as Arep will be able to take down Kitwiger from a distance here with the Mini 14. 6x scope is going to be the scope optic of choice as he will be able to get some of these shots off. And it seems that ASTRAX now looking towards getting more of these shots early on. Oh, and it seems that CBLQS taking down MBS Frekia here in the distance. As we're going to be seeing ASTRAX here may actually be in a position of power to be able to get some of these shots off from a distance. Now going to go back towards NRX Esports, trying to get as much information as they can or get some sight lines set up for them.
Yeah, that was magnificent coming from the side of TV, where he saw members rotating coming from the side of MB. And from that point onwards, he went in for the full turrets and managing to knock them over the corners of the smoke. Well, it was just a spectacular start for them. Yet again, they haven't really secured all too much point. It's Team EAX here that has been able to stash up 2 points in particular when it comes down to kills. But then again, when it comes down to this, maybe it doesn't really matter overall when it's only going to be the chicken dinner that will be sending them with their massive victory by the very end of the day. But TB Tiblex is just going to be moving all the way forward, trying to hunt them all out. So I don't really know whether it's going to be a wise decision, but the side of ASTRAX, they're going to be on the move as well.
ASTRAX now are going to be getting a three vehicle convoy. That's going to benefit them quite a bit, although they are going to be taking a little bit of damage fairly early on. It is the completion of phase 1 moving into phase 2, so nothing too detrimental for them in terms of damage per second. So this could be beneficial to them to move into a position of power here. If they're able to get a power position and get the high ground to get as much information as they can, then they could actually make a little bit of tactical decision making that could benefit them. We do see a box there. Oh no, that wasn't a box, excuse me. That we do see that moving forward into the gameplay zone, ASTRAX is going to take this damage off in stride and look to spend a little bit of time healing. We do see Bozo as well as the rest of the members of Friendly Fire Gaming. No kills yet, but still maintaining quite a bit of ground towards them, and it seems that they are very much in the safe spot here, Contra.
Yeah, and Milta definitely will be the playground for many of these teams here until the next shift of the circle comes right in. Well, hopefully we get to actually see the minimap on where this one is actually going. Where, for the moment, FFG is just cutting away anybody who's trying to enter Milta by the streets. So, with that being said, members of the side of the ASTRAX, who we last saw rotating coming from 70, has to make a couple of options because they're coming in from the Snaya region. And for FFG, they're pretty much safe in towards phase 2. They don't really have to move all too much for the moment. And that's where you see a 2-2 split formation coming out of these squads. And with a few more being inside the city, I don't think that it's going to be all too wise to contest. All they could do is some wear and tear over on the helmets or even the vest in particular. And other than that, it's nothing all too much. NRX pretty much stuck in that corner. I don't know how would he be able to exit, but here comes How. Take it down, Slide 80.
All right, we're going to be seeing TBS now in a little bit of trouble here as Pashao is going to be taken down, being able to take down too, but it seems that How has been the next victim onto the side of Pashao. We do see Team Extraordinaire now. EX actually pushing forward on towards the side of BS, and BS right now in a little bit of trouble here. Bot squad. Oh, we do see Pashao get taken down, and look at the side angles here from the side of Extraordinaire. Billy able to take down one. Jung's now going to go for the turnaround, but it's not going to be enough. We do see Bot Slayer now annihilated early on. The first team to be eliminated in this game is going to be the Malaysian Casualties.
Well, of course, the Malaysian team is pretty much stacked, but it seems like they were having problems of their own. The moment that they tried to crash into the compound, we saw that one of the members got knocked by it, that crashed to the wall, and even though they have dropped a few names out there, the side of BS, they have managed to actually stash up 1 kill at the very least. So, gotta take a little bit of a chill pill heading in towards game number 2, where they just have to reset overall. But FFG, they're slowly securing even more of all these areas where from the future, alongside with Archangel Predator, they're both taking long-range flights. And this time, FFG, having their vehicles getting tagged while they're at the SIA, probably will not be moving all too much, but not that they really have to move all too far anyways, because the next zone is going to be covering majority of the farm region for now.
All right, we're going to be switching over towards Archangel Predator as we look at the overhead map. It is going to be very much a populated circle here. As we do see in Erangel, we do see that a lot of these early circles are going to be very populated, which means that it is going to be a heck of a fight moving forward. Still 15 teams in game with 56 players in play. So this is going to be indicative of all hell breaking loose between these teams as we head into the next few phases.
Overall, I guess this is what I really do like to see coming into phase 3 in particular, where it's all helter-skelter, whoever tries to exit out of Milta. Now we do see some taps going on, and Angelo is still trying to find that perfect opening to tap the head off of the member of Tuark over on the other corner. And Zio managing to land one. Oh boy, that was a close call. And thank goodness for that level 2 harm hitward that he's going to be expending after that. Now, exiting shelter is going to be another different situation where if they were to rotate downwards, they should expect many other teams who have already taken compound. So it's unwise to even go on foot. So Tuark kind of got them gated, even though they're not even inside of that particular zone. And they've only got like, what, 30 seconds to move? This is pretty much concerning for some of these teams.
It is going to be very concerning indeed. As we did see from the map, it is going to be one of those turnarounds where, oh wait, we do see some action here from Evil Patrick looking towards getting these long-range shots with his Mini 14. Some damage there being taken onto it. Oh, Xeasy now is going to be down, but not out by Evil Patrick as Archangel, now AAP, holding on towards 2 different spots. We do see that a lot of these teams are breaking up into squads of 2, and I think that's benefiting them quite a bit in terms of the kills as well as the information that is communicated. As we do see more shots there taken from the side of Evil Patrick, more and more shots there. Another shot will be able to take him down. Serpent is going to be the next one here, and off it is going to be FFG being able to take down Hansi off our view, as we do see CJ18 is going to be bleeding out for the side of AAP.
Now the team fight breaks loose. Now Archangel Predator there getting swarmed by the likes of AX, and ASTRAX is just going to be bombarding them, grenades after grenades. It's down to Mad Dog on how he approaches this situation. They have managed to find a few catches overall, but Farm is nowhere to be safe at all. Mad Dog now soaking in a little bit more damage. Broken Hearts finding one on top of Fuegos. Xshins goes down, and that's where the rest of Astrax, they're all swarming upon Mad Dog, not giving him any sort of leeway, but the smokes are helping him at the moment. Can he clutch this one off? He poked another smoke right for the moment, and CJ will not be able to survive. Unfortunately for the side of AAP, they will have another man down. That leaves them to only 1 surviving. Or 2. Yep.
Okay. 2 members already down for the count, as we do see 4 Samurai from the side of Singapore now going to move into a spot that could actually get them a bit of long-range views. Nothing too crazy for a lot of these teams in terms of the overall fights. We do see SSS now being able to take down Sunshine from the side of Team Extraordinaire, as we do see FCF as well will be able to take down Suzunami from NRX. We do see some of these fights now opening up quite a bit in terms of the casualty rates, because we're going to be seeing them go crazy towards the later part of the fight.
That's going to be a little bit more dicey heading in towards the farm compounds. Now, Def is just holding in towards those angles, heading in towards phase number 4. They only get about 1 minute on the clock, so UDSC is just going to be making sure that nobody crosses over from the river with any sort of boats coming in from the island. Now, just by the edge, just look at this farm right now. There's about, 3 teams heading in towards this corner, and Sangasopa Center is going to be having members pummeling it down from the side of EX. Catalea trying to actually negate a little bit more of that Molotov, dropping to 50% of health, but will be able to actually recuperate. Now, Qualixy going in for a little bit of a flush. With more of all these grenades dropping right in, it seems like they're just hanging on. Shepard will be able to find FFG members out there alongside with From the Future. Meanwhile, Ippin coming out with 51 damage being soaked up. Quality Z going in to push in the compound, but he goes down instead. FFG will be the next team to go out on 15.
All right, FFG, another team to suffer casualties in a big way, will be the 15th team to be eliminated, as we do see a beautiful nade there coming in from the side of Nils, as we do see 5 kills going on towards Team Extraordinaire. Living up to their name is definitely Team Extraordinaire, but we do see another team now being eliminated, and it is going to be Sagat Sopan Santun squad onto the side of placement 14 here, as they are going to be taken down by Team Extraordinaire. They are going to be moving into the circle here, as members of Team Extraordinaire are going to have a little bit of urgency in their step.
A little bit slower for now, as we are preparing ourselves for a brand new phase. While many of all the other players have to go on foot for Momomoto Loco finding Killa Well, AstroCute will be able to take down one member of MBS, and that's a beautiful one across the corners where they have to drop that to CM midway through just to, in hopes, save some of the teammates out there. Now, looking at some of the deflays that they do have, there's going to be very little utilities left to expend. Meanwhile, with this circle moving deeper in towards the middle grounds of farm, or should I say slightly off of farm, it's going all the way up hills, and Archangel Predator going in to touch them all down! And oh, goodness me, Bahamut Gaming just get destroyed over onto this compound.
All right, that's another one here. Evil Patrick, as well as the rest of AAP, coming in towards BG, dropping them like flies with a beautiful compound take. And I think the speed at which they were able to push in is going to be very indicative of their playstyle and overall speed and aggression.
Yeah, I just couldn't really digest, you know, like Archangel Predator, they've already lost 2 members way early on. And look how they just hold the angle side over on the corner of the stairways. And for some reason, Bahamut Gaming were not really all too careful when they tried to approach and towards some of all these areas. They should be expecting at least on phase number 5 that there's going to be teams here that will be securing many of all these 4-way walls. So, of course, it's not really too huge of a mistake. Bahamut has done decently well to approach certain situations, but not entirely great at that sort of the compound rush at the very least.
All right, the Colony PH now taking some shots from long range. None of them landing too true by Momonji, but it seems that a little bit of fire here could benefit from switching over. He is going to be running the double SLR pickup. We do see from the other side, Calbs now taking some shots onto NMDS. NMDS now in a little bit of a bother here. Nade's going to come flying towards them. Oh, the barrel now. M762 is going to be used to spray them down. Going to go on towards getting another spot. Cooking the nade. All nice and wide. Dropping into Kobe. Will not be able to land, as we do see Fuego now taking a little bit of fire from FTF. FTF. Oh, will be able to take down one. Hans goes down to his knees. Angelo Fad as well as Triple X Spins are going to take down. Another one gets taken down by Angelo. Angelo now has been taken down for the count as Fad as well. His last surviving members has to do something, save his teammates, but nope, it's not going to be enough. Fuego eliminated at place number 11.
I guess they kind of just gave up on that. They've already got cornered out from multiple angles, and he's like the final guy is like, okay, I'll make a U-turn in the middle of the team. Come and just get me out of here because I'm done with game 1 already. Colony finds a beautiful frack, and meanwhile, ASTRAX still having 4 members strong, and that's how you rule on the approach the late game as we are heading in towards phase 5 shortly. And look at Colony, they're taking up numbers after numbers. Counts as well as Fumachi putting that one in, and Evil Patrick is still at it, but there goes Archangel Predator this time around. They go down at 10th place. Meanwhile, Nomads just get bombarded and get swarmed by the colony overall.
Beautifully done there. Astrax now holding on towards a good spot. One of another surviving team from Malaysia. Arab Serpent, TBLQS, as well as X-Feather definitely are holding on towards 4 kills already. So it's going to be very indicative of them holding up. Top 10 already are going to be, how to say? 8 teams are in play. 27 players are in the map, looking to see how these players are going to hold on to holding on their sustainability. I think is going to be very important here. Woo!
Oh, wow.
Alec taking some good shots. Very beautiful indeed here, Contra.
My apologies on of course disrupting the tempo of your flow, but I just can't help but to just be all awed about those long-range taps. And speaking of long-range taps, we are seeing another one coming from the side of UD. And this goes back in towards the corners of farm once again. NRX inside of that shack, though. They may not be able to actually get out of there, but I think at the very least they could get by into phase 6.
Okay, so we do see from Force Samurai as well, may actually move on towards the spot that could actually be where they want to go into it. They want to go into the spot where the circle is the thinnest, and I feel that's going to benefit them in towards getting some of these spots. NRX now setting up quite a bit of a defense here. A lot of angles that could be covered, but they are slightly in the middles and very much limited in terms of how they're going to be moving from side to side. So this is going to be very dangerous for them.
Indeed it is, and I think that they're doing pretty much of a good job at the very least to really gatekeep the rest of it. All they have to do is hold on towards this phase number 6, which is going to flush out many of all these other teams that's currently in the farm compounds. Only 8 teams remaining for the moment. RDKS is going to be looking out for any of the members that's exiting coming out of that house, so there is a chance where he can actually pick up quite a significant amount of frags where they've already secured 4 in total from the future. So Mon is just going to be stopping members inside of Eagle 365, and Teddy gets a pick over on side of Alec with beautiful headshot.
All right, some shots there from the side of Teddy, now taking some long-range shots on towards Killa there. Could be a very interesting one, as it is going to be some crazy damage from the side of FCF, being able to take him down. Calbs now is taken down by Teddy. Teddy looking towards getting more of these shots off, as we do see that it is going to be another one here for Teddy. Teddy's got a very good spot for him, holding on towards a bit of high range, and this could be in a way that could work out. TBLQS here going to go drop a lot of those mollies down and out, but we do see that ASTRAX now in a bit of trouble here, as 4WCS are going to move forward and try to get a little bit of the flow into them. Another long-range Kobe from the side of Serpent. Serpent there taking that bit of spray. Don't know why he was able to go for that, but we do see more and more of that. Oh, Serpent being able to take down 2. One with the nade and one with the M4.
And he might just be able to actually ace them all off, where you just see all them being cornered up. They don't have any sort of entry, but they will be able to actually pick one member up back on their feet. So the question is, can they actually rush right in? Serpent already expecting the grenade. So ASTRAX, they're just going to be holding on because the side of 4 Samurais, they don't really have any area to go, but Yudi somehow makes it over the top of the roof. And surprise, surprise, he takes out Lauren.
All right, we're going to be seeing more of these players now in a bit of bother here, as they are going to be holding on towards some spot. It seems that the Malaysian team now biting off more. Let's say biting more than they get you. Biting big pieces here. Ooh, look at that. Despite the fact that the advantage was on towards the side of UD, TBLQS was able to spray him down.
ASTRAX just playing them all around, and it's a complete outclass of the display of skill that, even though they got crashed upon on or even flanked from the top of the roof, they've got it all covered, and look at them go. 8 frags, they're in to challenge Team Extraordinaire on those number of kills. But it's not really just the kills that they're looking for, it's about that chicken dinner. And speaking of which, they are not too far off from the zone, and they're just trying to pick their poison for the moment. Over on the other corner, it's going to be NRX that's inside of the sniper terrains, and Shiverit gets another one in the back by taking TBLQS.
All right, so Kameka, we are going to see, we're going to see that this is going to be one of those turn of events for the side of Chi. Eagle 365 moving into a position and dropping a lot of those smokes to deny a lot of these sidelines towards him. So it is going to be a bit of a challenge for the side of Chi here if he doesn't get into those spots and deny amount of coverage that's coming in. Arek now from a long range taking some of these shots onto Harry Potter. 2 are eliminated at 6 spot, and ASTRAX takes a little bit of fire in return. Arek get back and go for the heal.
This is quite a tough situation for the top 5 teams out there, with NRX having 1 member, well, all 4 members remaining. As much as they don't get those number of frags, they're just aiming to camp it all out until there is a necessity for them to actually move along. Now, Eagles 365, they find that nade on top of Broken Hearts and further secured with that double nade being dropped right in. That also calls for a little bit more of a backup coming in from the side of the Extraordinaire, while Chipper alongside with Jexy are the last few hopes for the side of Eagle to survive out of it all. He does have those smokes. Meanwhile, going in for a little bit more of that push. Jexy tries to find a little bit more of the extra strategy for them to make their way past it towards phase number 7. Wow, EX, we get another catch, and this time around, it's going to be Serpent that goes down.
All right, so we're going to be seeing more of this. Aisu now taking some of these long-range shots on towards AX, as AX in a bit of trouble here. Serpent was able to take down one, but it seems that top 4 are going to be revealed in the EX, FTF, E365 as well. And RX into the game. Aisu now moving into a position that could benefit him. RDK will be able to take down Chi finally, as we do see that it is going to be all for nothing for the side of NRX. 4 members, FTF with 3, with 1 member down for the count. EX with only 1 left. The top 3 fighting off against each other.
And RX now going in to try to cause some dent to the side of from the future. Now grenades are being cracked right in. Aisu now dropping in the Molotovs as well. They're all hiding right behind that buggy, as well as the AUZ. And with the final member remaining, it can only hold on for all too long. And RX now will have to face off against the Extraordinaire, where there only is 1 member remaining. And it's always not about how many fracks that you get by the end of the day. It's about that chicken dinner, which very well NRX Esports should be able to secure.
All right, so we're going to be seeing from these 2 teams, this could be one opportunity for NRX to close out the game. Extraordinaire now is going to be facing a lot of pushes from all angles, as it is going to be winner-winner chicken dinner for the Philippines. NRX Esports wins big.
NRX Esports, they were so patiently waiting in that sniper bunker, and of course the Hatterpaw Tower has been able to give them a little bit of that magic touch into game number 1. And how, what a feast of a chicken dinner that was for NRX hailing from the Philippines, where we thought that, hey, members from the side of the Extraordinaire had a lot of all these number of kills alongside with the ASTRAX, but they didn't manage to make the cut when there's so many of all these open terrains for members of NRX just to snipe about. And I just felt that it's all about having 4 members strong to get themselves into this sort of the numbers advantage against the rest of the teams.
All right, so we do see that for a lot of these teams, it is going to be big wins for them, for NRX Esports. They were able to prone it out. Not to say prone it out, they were able to sustain and were able to come back. Remember, ladies and gents, it's all about the sustainability and winning out the winner chicken dinner. So round number 1 is going to go for NRX Esports. Whether or not they will be able to move forward is very much determining on how they are going to perform in the next map. Next map, I feel, is going to benefit a lot of the other teams that prefer long-range fights, and I feel that's not going to take away any of the wins that came out from Nisel, Namziao, OG Shio, Suzunami, as well as Aisu being able to score some big wins as well as some big kills. Remember, ladies and gents, not only do we see that winner chicken dinner are going to be very important indeed, but also the number of kills as well. So remember, ladies and gents, if there is a tie, both teams have, let's say, 5 chicken dinners in their pockets. It's all going to be determining on how many kills overall will benefit them to move forward and win the overall show. So I can't wait to see what's going to come up next for us as we're going to take a look at the scoreboard thus far.
That's right, as we get ourselves into the scoreboard right here, NRX Esports undoubtedly will be taking rank 1 with that chicken dinner intact, and coming at 2nd place, it's going to be Team Extraordinaire with extraordinary number of kills, 13 scoreline right there in numbers of kills department, alongside with the ASTRAX as well as from the future, tying at 3rd place with 9 points in total. Of course, positioning wise, the ASTRAX has been able to last pretty much well enough alongside with from the future, which is only probably 1 or 2 positions away from one another. Meanwhile, Colony comes in with 5 pointers out there. Archangel Predator this time falling a little bit too short. They only relied on the number of kills that they've gotten to secure that 4-pointer out there alongside with Eagle, 365 Esports. Meanwhile, on number 8, we've got 2 Arc here with 3 points.
All right, so I'm looking at how some of these teams are performing. We do see that it is going to be mostly a Filipino affair, an Indonesian affair, and Singapore, Malaysia, Philippines, Indonesia, and Singapore, and Malaysian affair here. A lot, I think at least each one of these countries are able to have at least 1 representative in their top 5. So I think that's going to be very important for these teams here moving forward. I think that the biggest issue for them is for them to be able to get a bit of a running start. We did see that a lot of the Malaysian teams as well were able to falter very, very early on, but we did see a lot of the Singaporean and Indonesian teams as well did suffer quite a bit from their early exchanges with some of the other Filipino teams as well. So is this indicative of their overall performances? Remember, this is game number 1. Could be a slow start for a lot of these teams, could be that the positioning was not in their favor. We all have a lot of opportunities for these teams to come back, and we do predict that it is going to be very competitive moving forward, Contra.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at teams that definitely were perhaps a little bit more of a late bloomer out there, where Bahamut Gaming just absolutely got toasted by 1-2 members inside of Archangel Predator, and that's what sets up game number 1. A little bit of upsets, a little bit of a rivalry still being intact, and of course we congratulate NRX for that win. Now we're going to take a little bit of a short break here, and we will be coming right back for even more PUBG action.
everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another new state field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it's still as audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch. Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time. So is it the best option? That depends on your situation. Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new two-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge. Let her rip. If you're battle weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the Tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or planning an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the drone shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy, which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem. Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the Vulture swooping in. You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. it's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter. Our last stop in this new state field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns, and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize. Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release. Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip into Troy.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, players known and unknown from across the world. This is more action here. Welcome back to the show. We do hope that you guys are ready for all of the shots, all of the misses, and all of the sprays that are out to play. Oh man, I'm Hound. Alongside with me is Contra. We're going to be your casters for today.
Yeah, and of course we got a spectacular play coming into match number 1 where NRX has been able to steal the show with the very first winner chicken dinner, and we still have 5 more matches remaining for day number 1. And of course, for those of you guys out here who's wanting more, make sure you guys also tune in for tomorrow, as we'll have the schedule running all the way across with a total of 12 matches over this entirety of the weekend, where we have Malaysia, and of course Indonesia, and not forgetting the Philippines that are on board. And let's check out the overall scoreboard once again. And if you guys miss out, NRX Esports have taken the very first chicken dinner with a total of 6 kills overall, alongside with Extraordinaire stashing the most amount of kills, heading towards the second place. And joining along them on the top 3 spot is going to be the ASTRAX here with 9 pointers. And also from the future, making it towards the top 4. On number 5, it's going to be 5 pointers in for the Colony, 4 points for Archangel Predator, as well as Eagle 365. And from 8th place onwards, we have 3 points for 2 Arc, 2 points for Samurai, 1 point each for Bot Slayer, FFG, Nomads, Sangat, SOPAN, SANTUN, and unfortunately for Bahamut, Figo, as well as Monkey Boss, they don't walk away with any points coming into round number 1.
Very unfortunate indeed, as we do see that Team Extraordinaire were able to secure the highest amount of kills here, but it is going to be NRX Esports that are able to catapult themselves forward. So I do see that there is going to be a bit of a trend here. If Team Extraordinaire will be able to score 1 chicken dinner in the next round, then it could actually catapult them forward and push them into a very comfortable spot. ASTRAX as well, not too far behind in terms of the kills, but they do need a winner-winner chicken dinner for them. Remember, this is all about the amount of winner-winner chicken dinners. Most winner-winner chicken dinners will be determining of the winners. So I don't know about you guys, but it is all about those big wins that could win them out. And if there's a draw, though, then the amount of kills are going to come second. So I think that's going to be one of the reasons why a lot of these teams are going to play it very aggressively. Now, we're going to go into match number 2 of our 6-match roundup of today. It's going to be Miramar. Do you have any thoughts specifically for this map moving forward, Contra?
Well, when we go in towards Miramar, I'm expecting Archangel Predator as well as Eagle 365 to be a little bit more outstanding as compared to what we saw back in game number 1. Not to say that they were doing any bad in particular, but of course, my expectation on them is that they've been showing masterful class plays when it comes down to how to shoot from some high elevated angles, and of course when it comes down to trajectory and all, and bullet drops considered, they still have been able to actually land it with whichever weapon they choose to. But ideally you want to get those DMRs or even the sniper rifles, whether it's the Mosin Nagant or even the Car 98K with the single tap potentials. But then again, heading in towards the late game, that's where you want to, of course, spice things up, going back in towards the classic ARs to close up the entirety of the game. So a few of all these noble players that I have seen, such as Monkey Boss, consist of very veteran players who are not only PUBG PC pros, but they have also been coaches in the mobile platform as well, which it's great to actually see them back here into the competitive scene.
Yeah, it's really great to see some of the veteran names actually come back into the game, and I feel that's going to be great to see some of the old guards come back and show their familiar faces. But then again, could that time away actually be detrimental to their skills? We have to wait and see, because we did see that a lot of these players as well, for a lot of the other teams who did take a brief break away from the competitive scene, are definitely showing a little bit of the rust. And it could be that a bit of slow starters here needs a little bit of time to warm up the engines moving forward. But then again, it is what it is, right? Contra, sometimes it just takes a little bit of time for a lot of these teams to come up and just warm up the engines and be able to accelerate themselves into victory.
Indeed it is. So that's just game number 1. There's still plenty more to go. But then again, they can't really slack off in particular, because those 5 potential chicken dinners may just slide away without them even having a single bite of it overall. And once again, all of this is brought to you all by PUBG Studios, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, as well as Digitally Asia. And you guys have to check this out. PUBG New State is coming out shortly, and what you guys can do is to pre-register on your iOS or Android mobile, so that you guys will be getting those first dips into enjoying some of the brand new spectacular gameplay. And even during the break itself, I was checking out some trailers of what's in store for us. Like, you can even modify some of your favorite weapons. That's absolutely cool. Like, I looked at the Vector, and that honestly was my favorite gun since the closed beta all the way to the open beta. And now you're telling me that you can put range on that Vector? I'm stoked. I'm excited for what New State has to offer. And I hope you
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I'm really excited to Contra. I think New State is going to be one of those very game-changing I think the amount of gameplay mechanics that are going to be introduced is going to be game-breaking, and it's going to change the meta overall. So I do feel like this is going to be one of those situations that is going to benefit certain types of players and be detrimental to another type of players that are not refusing to adapt.
Yeah, of course. Since it's going to be on the mobile platform as well, there is going to be things that all of you guys who are, I'm from the PC master race and I don't really touch mobile games. Hey, give it a chance, and probably at least with the familiarity of what PUBG PC has to offer, you guys can transition it into the mobile platform, and hopefully you guys will eventually compete some of all these grand prize pools to be set up, if there's going to be an esports segment coming in for New State down the line, of course, which I would expect it to be booming in months to come.
Oh yeah, booming indeed, not just from the explosions of grenades and flashbangs, but also from the gunshots that are going to be trembling across the map. Like you said, Contra, there's a lot of opportunities for a lot of these players to adopt new playstyles, and I feel that that's just going to be one of the reasons why New State is going to be extremely popular for the months to come.
Yep, and speaking of which, I guess that's enough for New State for the very moment, because we are here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble that we are having for Season 2 2021. So the Hound, I guess we are about ready to actually take our flight into our very first map inside of Miramar. Of course, this will be match number 2, so we do expect maybe some of the teams here to still be adjusting into the grounds of Miramar. Not to say that they have not played any rounds in Miramar before. All these pro players have been spending hours and hours just getting their craft all honed up. So we got 1 minute before we hop into the plane, and that's where we'll see some great action coming on.
I feel like the time to kill, I feel like the time to kill, the time to get the downs in Miramar are definitely going to be a little bit more extended, just because of the verticality of the certain types of certain drop zones, as well as the amount of defilade that is prevalent in a lot of these Miramar valleys. And I feel that because of the valleys and because of the defilade that is present, I think that the time to kill has got to be shortened if a lot of these teams want to be able to get those kills off and to put a lot of these teams on the back foot. Let's go into the game and let's see how that is going to be in store for you guys, because we got so much more action lined up for you guys. It's going to be Miramar from Puerto Paraiso all the way up to El Pozo, we've got a bit of a crazy flight path, isn't it?
Yep, that's right, and we're starting off from the southeastern side all the way towards the northwest section. So there's going to be quite a floor of options to be choose from. Leon is going to be the first major city that some of the teams will be visiting. Meanwhile, Port Prairie so will be left out in the empty. So Nomads, they're trying to float over onto the other corner where they could potentially head in towards the southern side of Leonis or even slowly move in towards Jumercera. And I'm looking to see who will secure Picado as their drop in NRX. The winners of round 1 may opt to do exactly just about that. Archangel Predator will be loitering around Jumercera as they are still taking a little bit of a long float to get to their designated destination. Meanwhile, from the future, securing the corners of Hacienda del Patron, and seems like none of the teams are fancying San Martin as the city of option. So many of them opt to go in for those outskirt runs. So this is a little bit more interesting to me because usually in competitive mode, everybody wants to get their hands on San Martin, and this time around, I guess some may regret it because now that's going to be in the middle of this very first phase, and Teddy already unleashing some shots, but he's trying to be hopeful with a Ironside AK, so not expecting too much out of that.
Oh, Ironside AK here, not entirely the best conducive side optic for you to be able to get some of the shots off. But we do see that, I mean, you gotta still try though, you gotta still try.
A for effort, right?
A for effort, definitely. I don't know about execution, but effort is definitely there.
What? Wait a minute. I guess that effort paid off because they got jacked from it error. Okay.
Oh no.
Okay.
Janks first casualty.
Come on, Janks.
For the game here. Unfortunate here for them moving forward. As we do see that BS now are going to be in a bit of a pain in terms of numbers here. They did lose out on one member, but they have been able to score quite a bit despite the dwindling numbers. But we shall have to wait and see how they're going to be performing thus far.
And it seems like we've already got one kill already being secured by NRX, and they're just starting on a high note once again, bringing that momentum coming in from game number 1 in towards this Miramar bout. Now in towards the city of Los Leones, that's where you see quite a number of all these sort of warehouses to loot from. Bahamut should be able to actually make a move eventually, and this is where it gets a lot more challenging heading in towards the upcoming zones, because this whole valley in between San Martin has so many of this different type of hills where you have mentioned about the verticality, and the way to actually approach this one is going to be a tad more difficult in such a way that you can directly rotate on the straight passageway. You got to find some of all these nooks and crannies to hide around from and to snipe some of all your enemies coming around the corner. And speaking of sniping, that's going to be Colony losing Killa to the hands of Qualixy. So they're really going hard on this early game skirmishes.
Okay, so looking at the circle here, it's going to be very, very interesting indeed, because we do see that some of these teams like E365 as well as some of the other teams are going to be holding on towards some interesting spots. I do think that the center of the circle is where they want to be early on, because when you're in the center of the circle, Contra, the amount of distance they have to cover, even if the circle shifts, is very minimal indeed. So options are definitely going to be in favor of E365, but around them as well, a lot of other teams that are going to be being vanguards towards these positionings.
That's right. So when we look into this current position right here, I think that E365 is going to be having the best advantage point coming in towards this quarter, where you look at the way that they position entirely, they are splitting up into different sides of the hill so that they get as much information as possible. 2Arc just moving along, and they're already seeing blood being splattered across the fields, where 4 Samurais, they're already getting blown up over the cover, and immediately Nance as well as Slavish will be able to secure the kills. And I felt that 4 Samurai could have possibly run for a better cover at the very least.
All right, so we're going to be looking at Miramar, excuse me, not Miramar, excuse me, 2ARC holding on towards this gas station here. Not too much in terms of how they are early on, and I feel that judging from what we have seen thus far, we do see that CLNY as well as 4S, BS lost at least one member each, with 4S losing the most with 2 members down for the count. And I think that's going to be indicative of their overall capabilities to inflict executions onto other teams. But we do see 2ARC now taking some shots here. The Tracers are running through towards RDiv here, gonna run towards cover. Some hard cover is gonna benefit them as Archangel Predator, ooh, Zeo being taken down by Evil Patrick. We do see some long-range shots with the 3-scope by CJ here, putting on the pressure onto 2ARC as Zeo is going to be taken down for the side of 2ARC. AAP looking to score more kills.
Archangel Predator showing their prowess coming into long range as expected already. And what a great way to actually start things off for them as the first round where we saw them getting a couple of run-in from teams, especially ASTRAX, who has been able to flush out Mad Doc in particular. Now 2ARC, of course, fluttering around the patrol station for a little bit too long, and CJ only got the 3-time scope, so you won't be able to actually catch too much of those bullets dropping in towards those moving vehicles. So Mad Doc trying to give a little bit more of assistance back towards the side of CJ18. Well, I don't think that they'll be able to actually get too much out, but with the tire being popped off here, Teddy might actually look for a chance against the side of Monkey Boss.
All right, so we do see that for these from the future, ooh, that shot getting that 60 damage on towards Bot. Bot now in a little bit of a problem here. Bot squad now may be in a bit of problems, as we do see from the future as well, taking some of these shots from long range onto them. I think they're just gonna gun it and get out of there.
Yeah, they have no other choice but to, of course, sprint off over on the other section from the future, doing what they can to keep members from inside of Monkey Boss away from this facility. Now that there's going to be at least a little bit more room for from the future, they are in no hurry to make their mark in towards the corners of the hills of St. Martin at the very least, but they've already got quite an amount of significant zone hitting towards the top half quadrant of the map. Meanwhile, Colony will soaking a little bit of damage while Cal's getting shot upon. FFG, they're going in towards another battle against the likes of Eagle 365 from long range, while 2ARC is just slowly looking by for the very moment. Nothing too much going on for some of them, but I'm just seeing some of all these blink where Colony, honestly, it doesn't really have too much to actually fend off against, as they're just lurking around the critter fields top side of the hill, while certain teams are still trying to make their way in. AX, they're trying to circulate towards the top end of the map before they cut in towards phase number 1. Shibrit now going in with a really sharp in over around the top side of the valleys, but he won't be able to actually knock anybody over on that vehicle for the very moment. Gonna have a little bit of a drop coming in with the care package, but it's not going to be anywhere inside for the moment, while Hansi is going to be taking a deep dive with a bike to rotate as quickly as he can.
Gee, taking some of those long-range shots. Bot Slayer now, Escorex takes a shot straight to the dome. Luckily wasn't taken down there. Escorex now going to go for the heal. Bot Slayer now already down with Janks being taken down early on, and it seems that this could be in a situation where they are going to try to pivot and turtle up a little bit, but we're going to be switching over towards the Colony. The Colony now down one member with Killa, Calves, as well as Alec and Momonji, taking the high ground here and taking some shots on to Sopan Santun Sangat.
Sopan Santun Sangat doesn't seem like they're all too faced about some of all these sort of challenges out there, while Colony is just unleashing bullets after bullets out there, but they really have to take care of whatever they have. Oh, 23 damage being done I guess with the blue drop, the damage is going to be reduced, especially when there's going to be better armory intact. Speaking of better armory, Cadwiger will be able to actually get himself that level 3 vest at the very least. He got very little grenades as well as some smokes to, of course, move around with. Monkey Boss now still having 4 members strong. Meanwhile, on the other end, it seems like First Chance on the other opposing teams has been soaking a little bit too much. So, Frisia is going to be moving safely across these open fields as they are slowly heading their way in towards El Pozo. Well, El Pozo is going to be just by the very slight of the edge of Crater Fields, which will be covered by the upcoming phase. So they just have to quickly loot up and then slowly make their way upwards to those hills above.
Okay, so we're gonna be seeing Colony PH now, taking some of these shots. Gonna take, I think maybe it's about 200, 300 meters here, Contra, if I can dare estimate, as the shots are going to ring through. None of them are gonna land, but it seems that he is adjusting it accordingly here.
Wow.
Ooh, Momonji, almost getting it. Wait. Oh no.
Wait a minute. Is he standing in the middle of the field?
Is that part of the strategy? But we're gonna see RCM from the side of Bahamut Gaming taking some of these shots, none of them being able to land though.
Well, of course, I won't really want to question what's he doing in the middle of the field anymore. Just hopefully the member will be able to actually stay alive throughout the entirety of this Miramar run. While all 16 teams are still intact in this phase number 2. It's 12 minutes of play. Mr. Chan of Bahamut Gaming was one of the most stellar performers hailing from the Philippines a couple of seasons back. And now he's soaking a little bit of a shot coming in from the city. He's got to heal up first before taking on another challenge. But Manji, though, going for another snipe, and it seems like they will be able to take one down coming in from Fuego. Well, it doesn't seem like Fuego has been getting any sort of a good run heading in towards Game 1 or even Game 2. But Eagle 365, they're still in the middle of the map. The problem is, they're on the low grounds, which they can easily be spotted out if there are teams over on the top side of the hills. But Bahamut Gaming just further suppressing members of the side of Archangel Predator. He should not take any sort of peek. Evil Patrick, he's already got one blow out there much early on. We know him as one of the sharpest shooters out there with the smokes covering him on his track. He should be all right for just a tad bit more.
Okay, so we're going to be going on to Bahamut Gaming. They are going to be holding on towards this spot. Nothing much can be said here in terms of a lot of these teams early on towards this. We do see that there is going to be a bit of a lull in the action, mostly because of them not playing it. Not to say not playing it, not running into a lot of the other teams, but we do see that SANTUN AX here, Arip Fezer, as well as TBLQS are holding on towards another team that is nearby, E365. Not too far away from them. AX could actually take the advantage to stop them and shoot them down if they reveal themselves.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're looking at the side of BG, just cruising through. I don't think that they had any sort of information on top of some of all the members lurking around from the side of the ASTRAX. SANTUN. They're taking the safe way route, but they are meeting up with the Extraordinaire, which are also rotating in, and we can understand why, because it slowly diverts its way in towards the southwestern corner of the map. And Eagle 365, they've always been there from the start, and they should be able to actually receive all of the information that they've already had and utilize it to earn themselves that chicken dinner. But it's not going to be an easy task at all, because right behind them is going to be FFG, and every other corner, it's being flocked by teams. Meanwhile, St. Martin, there's going to be a couple of teams here that needs to turn tail and run, and Fuego gets a catch. Warriors will be able to actually nail down one members of the side of Bahamut as well. Alec now getting one more member of the side of Colony, but will have the kill being stolen away by the side of Fuego.
Okay, so we do see that some of these shots are reading through for the side of Fuego. No teams have been eliminated thus far, so it does see that a lot of these fights are mostly rotational fights rather than overall pushes. So I think we're going to be seeing a lot more teams getting eliminated. Ooh, very nicely done there from the side of Four Samurais. UDSC taking some of those shots, but was not able to get the secure kill. But looking at it, does get quite a bit. ASTRAX here, Fezer taking such a Pasho, being taken down for the count by Arip from quite a distance. SKS, the weapon of choice. TBLKS takes down Pasho finally for those shots as Serpent right now hissing his way, ready to strike.
Oh, speaking of strike there, he soaks a bullet over on his face, though. So Art's going to take a little bit of time to heal up, but there's not really all too much of time on the essence here. Only 30 seconds for him to make it in towards phase number 4, and Motoloco is going to be able to actually pick one on up. And Nomads, they all get burned up, and that's where the Extraordinaire shines the brightest over here on the other corner. And hopefully we do get the number of kills all updated over on the left side of the API. And speaking of which, I guess that at the very least we can see who's alive and who's not. So, Serpent, now that they've recuperated, they're trying to pick up this fight once more. Over the top side of the hill, CJ finds a grenade alongside of Elgin Bot. And that's where Bahamut Gaming, they once again fall prey to Archangel Predator.
Nicely done for a lot of these teams here as NRX Esports, our winner from the last game. Oh, Suzunami takes in a little bit of shots there from the side of WCS. Gotta be careful that he doesn't expose himself pretty early on, as we're going to be seeing that AX are definitely underneath BS here. It's going to be a Malaysia versus Malaysia fight, as we do see SlyDD dropping down lobbing down some of those nades onto them. It seems that high ground is going to be benefiting BS here as ASTRAX in a little bit of problems, as we do see that they are going to try to get some of those shots, but it seems that someone else is also giving some taps onto Esco Rex.
And as much as there is a lot of advantage coming in from the high ground, they shouldn't be able to actually push members from the lower side, as we can see that TBL alongside with Fizzer, they're just going to be able to actually hide out right underneath their noses, and Serpent's going to be having a little bit more room. Meanwhile, BS, they're getting a couple of all these flanks coming in the way. Well, Fizzer spots out the danger, and that's where they negate it by sending some bullets out there from his SKS. So, coast is clear. They should be able to actually hold on for dear life for the moment. And they got a lot of time to buy. That's 1 minute and 30 on the clock still. Ombanji now gets his crosshair over the hit of Lavish. Will be able to actually knock him down. And, of course, secure the kill eventually.
Ooh, Arep being taken down by Broken Hearts' nade here. We do see a bit of an aggressive push from the side of From the Future as ASTRAX right now in a little bit of trouble, but it seems that SlyDD was able to take down one with a beautiful third party. We do see Fezer as well as TBLQS have been taken down. Serpent, last surviving member, and it's going to be not enough. ASTRAX is dead on number 14, as we do see that members of BS now taking advantage of the situation. Gonna try to go for the third party, but it seems that Escorex will be taken down from TFC. We do see that coming in from Team Extraordinaire. How down but not out, as Trix as well as Sunshine still back in the game.
I see now getting another pick off against Evil Patrick as well. Bot Slayer is going to be the next one on the chopping block, and the colony goes down with them as well. Now there's only going to be 11 more teams. Chins now spots out Mons, and that's quite a long shot as well. Now that things are getting a little bit more cleared up, I guess some of the streets are going to be quite dangerous for Sangat Sopasato to even move about. So they're going to be looking over the top side of the hill, expecting to have some of all these visitors to send a few more of all these love taps going on. And Yudi! Right dot sight over on the top of the hill, and he walks out of it. So I guess there's going to be a better angles for him to actually guard, and they spot out From the Future, who has already been able to win battles, but can they win the war, though, with that grenade dropping right in towards the side of Teddy? Mon now needs a little bit more helping hand. And look at that grenade, once again, being flunked directly on towards Mon with a beautiful bounce. And as much as Teddy tries his very best, he will not be able to save his allies. And with that, Fuego now comes in with a flank, dropping one over the side of 2ARC, doing a lot of good damage overall. And they need to actually find that pushing in towards the side of members of 2ARC overall, and they're holding them right back, and that's where Chins goes in for the double turns. and that's where they send to our back home.
Fuego now showing quite a bit of their immediate reflexes here. RDK from the future looking towards getting some of those shots off, was not able to secure the kill, and it seems that it is going to be exposed city for his target. Quite a bit of fire there coming in from the side of from the future. RDKs looking towards getting that shots onto Tricks here. May actually try to slow him out, but it is going to be boom goes the car, as RDKs will be able to take down one onto Tricks.
Yeah, and very unfortunate to see that he ran out of smokes as well, and that was pretty much destined for him to go down. And Eagle 365 is going hard on the members of AAP as well, and there's just no room for MBS to even cut corners, and they just have to drop. Eagle 365 now look on the hills, and they will be able to actually find even more of those pickoffs. NRX, they managed to take out Archangel Predator and send them all over the place, and that's going to be 10th place finish alongside with Monkey Boss, the next team to be eliminated. But FFG, though, they're holding out strong over the top corner of this hills.
Aoki and Kev were able to take down at least two. Savior now is going to be down for the count. Smokes have been popped down, and it seems that Savior is going to look for a Savior here, as it's going to be Kev V in a bit of trouble here. Gets taken out a little bit. Gas go for the first aid, but decides to cancel the animation. One spray, it could be the end for him. Immediately finds cover. 2 more seconds left, as Aoki now is going to go for the cover. Savior now is going to be down for the count. It seems that it is going to be a little bit of time. 10 seconds is on the clock before he gets come back into the game. Kev V going to go for the boost, but it's not going to be enough. It seems that Aoki now is going to have to be the final hero for FFG. FFG is in a bit of trouble here, as Savior has been taken down for the count. It's going to be Kev V as well as Aoki. Final surviving members here, as Aoki is left alone.
This is going to be a pretty tough result of Friend Fire Gaming, as they are pretty much cornered up by not only Eagle 365, there is members from the side of NRX all across those hills as well. So Fuego now goes in for a little bit more restock. We still have 3 members alongside with them. FFG is the next one to fall. Eagle 365 wrapping things around. And Angelo's going to be able to actually go in for some snipes. Meanwhile, Jexy now looking for Tsunami as well, dropping another beautiful nade. And this should be able to actually connect towards the side of NRX. They should be able to actually survive out of this skirmish. Snapshot being one final member to remain, but Hanzi will secure it nonetheless for Eagle 365.
Very nicely done, as the Eagles here, E365 holding on with, I think, the most surviving members as well as Triple S. So this is going to be very interesting indeed, as FDF Extraordinaire as well as another team here looking towards getting it on. There may be a little bit of a delay in matchup here, because I think a lot of the fight could actually be in the spots where it is going to be pushed into the final few circles. We do see that Triple S is going to be holding on towards the middle, slightly in the middle of the circle here, so it is going to be on them for the advantage. But we do see Qualix taking some of the shots. RDKs taken down by Qualix.
Well, he kind of took himself down with the reversal of the pickup truck. I pretend I don't see any of that, but nonetheless, now with 5 more teams remaining, it's going to be a little bit more of a difficult situation. Now that it's pretty much on the lower grounds, many of the teams want to actually go in for those high ground pickoffs first before they move in with their vehicles. And this slum terrain is not going to offer too much of a room with those tin walls, and that's where Qualixy goes in to actually get one member on the side of From the Future being down for the count. Now, E365, they're going for a far flank. They still have Jexy on the other side over the southern part of the circle. Meanwhile, the rest of them are taking on Fuego as well as From the Future.
All right, so we're going to be seeing Triple S now still holding on towards their position here with 4 members in total. I think this is going to be a very good fight for them, as they are holding on towards the center of the circle. A lot of it is going to be in a way where... oh wait, before that though, how taking some of those shots. Team Extraordinaire now being able to take down one onto Angelo. Fuego now in a little bit of trouble here. We do see more of those shots coming in. How now going to drop more smoke, going to deny more of these angles here. 10 kills going over towards them, as we do see that From the Future is going to be eliminated. Top 4 is in play. E365, Triple S as well as Fuego and Team Extraordinaire are back into this game. We do see that E365 as well as Triple S are going to be the 2 teams the most amount of members here. Chi will be able to take down one. Nate has
grenade.
been tossed out. It's got to be careful though. Chi was able to take down one with a beautiful nade onto Fuego.
How's the only member remaining for the side of the Extraordinaire. And now he gets a beautiful flank. Eagle 365 are doing it. And how many number of kills? That's a total of 13. Ridiculous, I tell you that. And they should be well on their way on this chicken dinner. Jexy now trying to make sure that he gets himself pretty much 100% of health before taking out the rest of them. SSS, they may have the numbers, but they are all stuck between the shacks. There's not much left, but the rest of SOPAN, they're pushing upwards, and the grenades, it finds them as well. Jexy now needs to actually hold on for dear life. While these grenades are dropping left, right, and center, that's where Qualixy is going on a manhunt. Chibrit, he needs to clutch this very moment. It's 3 versus 4, and they're all moving in through the smoke. Vandal might just be able to actually do something right here. Liffin will be able to actually find one more in the back. Vandal now pushing it over the corners. Now dropping another Molotov out there. Well, Iffin goes in for a flying spray in towards the smoke. How much more can they take? Eagle 365 having Vandal now going for that pickup, and he's on the wrong angles. He might just be a double as well. 19 HP, and that's where Eagle 365, they are pummeling down one after another, and this should be game already with the final few HP left. And whoa, Jixie, he clutches it off, a loss of a Chibrit to take the #1 position. Winner chicken dinner for the Indonesian team, Eagle 365.
Eagle 365 winning it big with, even though all of the advantages were very much even from both of these teams, it seems that Eagles 365 were the ones that win out big. Chi, Hanzi, Jexy, and Vandal scoring it out big with that big fight. I felt that actually played out really, really well for E365, mostly because of how they were able to close it out. And I think that's just going to be relative towards their overall capabilities of just flipping the sides off and just turning it around on towards the other team. And I feel that that was indicative of their overall advantage and their overall reaction towards getting the win.
Yeah, and I just look at the way that they rotated, especially when they had the beautiful head start when they started off somewhere along the lines of St. Martin, and they immediately send members up those hills to scout things about, so they got all the bird's eye vision, just like how their name entails, eagle-eye their way into receiving this beautiful survey way to rotate all about very much so safely, and always being in the middle of the circle from phase 1 all the way and towards the very end. Let's check out some of the highlights here, brought to you by PUBG Studio.
Very nicely done, as we do see Jexy were able to score out quite a bit. Teddy's from the future, looking towards getting some of the shots off, was able to actually score them some big shots overall from where they were. But SOPAN Sato's squad here was definitely able to close out quite a bit with the amount of kills that they were able to get. Koilix here was able to get this shot off on towards RDKs, as RDKs from the future was definitely exposed in that. We do see that this is going to be very interesting indeed for a lot of these teams, because on towards E365, it seems that all hell was starting to break loose for a lot of them. But we do see that SOPAN, even though they had the one-man advantage, it seems that E365 was able to level the playing field very quickly, as they were able to get the drops onto them. We do see that from the side of SOPAN squad, it was okay for them, but it seems that the amount of reactions that came in from E365 were just too much for SOPAN squad.
Yeah, I felt that it was quite a knee-jerk response coming from the side of SOPAN as well. They didn't really have to went in for that hasty rush in towards those smokes, because they do have a little bit of the leverage of maybe a member that's already inside of those small compounds, but they understood the fact that, you know, staying in the low ground isn't going to be all too helpful for them when those grenades and everything else is being thrown at from the side of Eagle 365. And I guess this is one of the biggest rounds that we are seeing here. That's 17 kills with a chicken dinner. I tell you this, to close off game 2 here in the first day of the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2 overall. So from the future, coming in the second place with 7K and 5 pointers in for members of SOPAN. So I guess being in the top 3 is still a very good result coming from the Team Hilly from Indonesia, but it leaves us wanting more, because we saw there is a huge potential for them to really hold it on for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think the potential for them to actually hold on to it is actually really important. Why? Because the amount of kills that they got in that map was just insane. That's one. And I think the amount of chicken dinners, if they're able to score more and more chicken dinners, is just going to catapult them further. Remember, it's all about the most winner chicken dinners to determine the winners rather than the overall point systems that we're used to. So I think the format does benefit quite a bit in terms of those teams that are able to consistently cinch out a lot of chicken dinners. And I think that moving forward, this is going to be very important for Eagle 365. I mean, if they're able to get only one chicken dinner and a total of 30 kills, it doesn't really matter because the team with the most winner chicken dinners are the ones that are going to win it out. I mean, you can have 10 winner chicken dinners and only 2 kills, and that's what gets you forward. So at the end of the day, I think it's all about how they play, how they are able to actually get into the fights, and how they're able to close out the fights. But I guess that's enough about us breaking it down. Contra, are you ready for a short break? Because I'm ready for a short break. We're going to be back with more PUBG action. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Hi everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another new state field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it's still as audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch. Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time. So is it the best option? That depends on your situation. Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new two-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge. Let her rip. If you're battle weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the Tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or planning an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the Drone Shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy, which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem. Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the Vulture swooping in. You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema Armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. It's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter. Our last stop in this new state field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize. Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release. Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip into Troy. But rest assured, this is only the beginning. There's much more left to discover, so please join us on the next excursion where we'll be looking at more exciting updates. As always, we love and value your feedback, so comment down below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date on all PUBG News State info, and I'll see you on the next trip into Troy.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad.
Raise your glass to the victors. The winners and the big hitters. They don't know how to be quitters.
The goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Los comentarios significativos.
Winners fight for our idols to rivals. This is more than survival. I'm a boy like a pirate.
I will demonstrate to the world what actually shot is on the ground.
Whoa, what the?
And welcome back, ladies and gents. This is our overall scoreboard thus far. It's going to be Eagle 365 Esports is holding on towards first position with a total of 1 chicken dinner at total 21 kills. And Rex Esports not too far behind, 1 chicken dinner as well, 10 kills. And Team Extraordinaire as well as From the Future holding on with 18 and 16 kills respectively. ASTRAX on the 5th spot with 10. Archangel Predator with 8. Colony Philippines with 7. Sopan SANTUN from Indonesia with 6. Fuego, 2 Arc with 5 each at positions 9 and 10. Friendly Fire Gaming slowly crawling up their way in towards the top 10 spot, but 1 spot a little bit lower from the top 10 spot with 4 kills in total. 4 Samurai with 4, Bot Slayer with 3 in positions 12 and 13. Nomads with 2 kills thus far. Monkey Boss as well, Bahamut Gaming, no kills thus far. So I don't know about you guys, but this is going to be indicative of who is in the lead. We are going with most winner chicken dinner formats, so I'm thinking that's going to be in a way where I think that's going to be very indicative of the way of how these games are going to go. Sustainability as well as being aggressive are going to be winning it out quite a bit, but you can't have the best of both worlds. So teetotaling from, not to say teetotaling, seesawing from those 2 play styles are definitely going to be the biggest winners here. Remember, we have not yet seen any of these teams able to score 2 chicken dinners thus far. So if they're able to score at least 2 chicken dinners back to back, this could put and catapult Eagle 365 Esports forward. But we did see that from the side of NRX, they were how to say taken down fairly early on in some of these fights. Archangel Predator as well were another team that was taken down rather early in some of these fights. But looking at how Eagle 365 played Miramar just now with a total of 21 kills, 11 more than NRX Esports, just goes to show that this is one strong day for the Indonesian team. But not too far behind as well, the Filipino teams are going to show that these are the ones that could be in a play. So I think that for them to be able to get into the game is all about them being able to get into those fights really early on, sustain it out, maintain a higher amount of members of teams in play, and being able to actually score one of those consistent wins, I feel, is all about their positioning heading into the final few circles. All about it revolves around the fact that they need to control how they move into the circle.
That's right, of course, how that game number 2, we saw how Eagle has been able to do things methodically all too well when it comes down to the way that it rotated, and also taking very calculated fights from far angles, because they already know where exactly to cover when they've already have been able to move from one position to another, knowing that the back is going to be absolutely clear. They just focus on any sort of directional advantages that they can actually get heading into some of these fights. And when we saw even the likes of SOPAN SANTUN has been able to push upwards, it didn't really mean all too much, because they are already ready to actually take on some of the fights that they were already taking on top of the hill, and I guess further solidified their positioning out of that one big win out there. And that's really something that we should actually look out for from all the upcoming games that we will be getting eventually. So we are, of course, getting ready for round number 3. So we are hoping to actually see either new victors or back-to-back win coming in from either one of the teams out there. NRX has been able to take game number 1 in total, but game 2, it was that sure dominance that was exerted by Eagle 365 out there. And I felt like Habit Gaming, 2 games in a row, they haven't been able to actually get anything done. If there's any sort of moment that they should actually come up strong out there, it has to be all these 4 games that's still left on the table. So other than that, I just really want to see teams such as Extraordinaire, Colony, or even a Monkey Boss. Like they got some really notable names out there, and I really want to see them shine once again.
I do hope to see them shine a little bit more, as you said, Contra. But then again, we do see that there is a bunch of killers here. And when you swim with killers, it's either you're killing or getting killed. So I'm thinking that looking at the amount of eliminations that's been scored from the side of Eagle 365, they have been able to secure themselves quite a high number here, 11 more than the side of NRX Esports. But then again, it's all about the most winner chicken dinners that are able to get them the big wins here. So I'm thinking that that could be indicative of how these teams are going to play it out. And I think that looking forward, Contra, do you feel that this is still anybody's game, or are you starting to see a trend here in terms of any team favoring the win for this entire tournament thus far?
Well, I do believe that certain teams definitely has been able to actually pick up a certain momentum coming in from game 1 as well as game number 2. Game 3 onwards, I guess we'll still see a few more new victors out there, but repeated winners, I would expect them to emerge coming from game 4 onwards. So if there's anywhere to actually prove themselves, it has to be from this point onwards, because there's not much more games left. You don't want to be the last guy who even snatched up the winner chicken dinner, and by then, if you want to snatch it away, you've got to back it up by the sheer amount of kills that they can actually stash up. But nevertheless, it's not really just a one-day event overall, the Hound. So I guess tomorrow there's still a little bit more leeway for those who, are just having a total bad day in the Saturday runs of the PUBG Rumble Challenge. I gotta say.
Yeah, I think that's going. Challenge Rumble, yeah. So I think that's going to be one of those things that could be indicative of how they are going to play it out. I think playing it safe also benefits quite a bit, despite the fact that it can be not entirely the most entertaining thing to watch, but playing it safe could be one of the strategies for them to actually consider moving forward. But by playing it safe, you do tend to give out a little bit of positioning, and that could be a huge problem, especially for those teams that are not adept at pushing into the circle. Now we are at our halfway mark at match number 3 of our 6 match lineup for today's match. So we do see that it is going to be Erangel, our next map, that is going to be in play. So let's talk a little bit about Erangel here. We did see that Erangel was our first map of the day. Do you have any thoughts, or do you see any trends or patterns that you have been able to notice moving forward, Contra?
Well, I guess heading in towards Erangel, the initial game that we saw was more on open grounds, and of course, small town fights that we have over on the corners of the farm, but it wasn't really any sort of the open warfare. I want to see if this time around we're going to be getting something of a different sort, as we are ready to get ourselves into match number 3. So, Hound, I guess we're about ready to, of course, take our flight in towards Erangel right here. Let's see how this flight is going to be able to, of course, show us the way on how the game's going to go.
Oh, we shall see. Oh my goodness gracious me. This is one of those flight paths that is going to be very, very, how do we say this? Indicative of hugging a certain side of the map. I do predict that this is going to be a lot of these teams actually going towards Sosnovka military base. But the problem with going to Sosnovka military base is that east and west are the only 2 sides for you to be able to score, to be able to move back into the main island. And I feel that's going to be very, very terrible for this for these teams actually, if they're being put into a spot where, how to say, if they're put into the spot that limits their overall movements. Logistics from Sosnovka Island all the way to the main island is going to be a huge issue here for some of these teams who are dropping in.
Yeah, I guess that might just be one of the main few problems, especially whether if you drop in towards the Nazca military base or even the mainland itself. If that first phase circle reveals that it's going to be in the island, then it's great for anybody inside of the military base. If it isn't, I guess everyone's just going to be just having some good time trying to negate some of the teams going for the exit or the entry should it go either ways, right? Now, one good note to be sure about things is to drop into a ferry pier or even the port, because why? If you drop into a ferry pier, there is that ferry that rotates around that island that can drop you to any sort of the point inside Nazca, or if they want to go back to the mainland, that's also doable. But speaking of which, at least this is a little bit more doable for the teams that's already in the mainland, and there's only going to be one of them on the island, while Serpent, just being the snake that he is, he's just going to be able to, well, snakes don't run over humans in particular, but then again, ASTRAX,
I don't think that's
but a very good run over.
I don't think that's going to be indicative of what the real snake does in real life. However, Serpent was definitely going to be able to get NRX onto a detriment here. We do see that Sangat Sopan Santun's Ipin very much close by towards FTF's Teddies here. Teddies could be the main one. Ooh, the Vector. I personally like the Vector here. Really like the amount of, how to say? Really like the amount of fire rate that he has in his hands, as well as his capability to go for the close one. Oh, but I think Ipin spots out Teddies here.
I think Teddy has already know that he's kind of around the corner, so he's not risking that peak. Although he does have the DP-28 with a lot more bullets to spare, which also hurts a whole lot more. Meanwhile, Ipin doesn't really have any sort of hit where one good shot of a bullet hitting his hit, he's a goner. All right, so I guess he's just gonna stay very, very silent as the rest of Sangat Sopan Santun. They're well on their way, and hopefully that will provide enough support. That's one grenade over the window. Not the right place to check, but good effort coming in from Teddy at least.
Oh, Teddy's here. Could move out. Oh my goodness. Teddy's was not able to get that shot off, and he sees that Ipe now in a bit of a bother here. Only has 19 in his magazine. So this is going to be very, very detrimental towards him, as we do see that Ipe now in a little bit of a bother here as he is taken down, as it is going to be micro Uzi day for the side of Teddy's, as we do see that the Sangat Sopan Santun now going to try to come for the drive-by, as they are not successful to get Teddy's down.
What? And the rest of FTF, they caught them right in the middle open. It seems like Ipin's information relay has brought death upon his teammates. Unfortunately so. And from the future, I gotta say, that's pretty impressive. Like, it's a buy one free two, if this is the case. 3 kills immediately snatched in the blink of an eye, and now it's only gonna be a member left for the side of Sangat Sopan Santun.
RDK is the only one that hasn't got a kill in his pocket. Broken Hearts and Man, as well as Teddy's, were able to score in 1 kill each for the side of From the Future. We do see that Arcane Predators, Algen bots getting communication of information with the rest of his team, as we do see AAP, Archangel Predator. Evil Patrick now may actually come up. Oh, Bozo as well. Savior now may be in a bit of a bother here. The Malaysian team as well could be fighting off against AAP. This could be a huge problem for them if they're not careful, but they may actually decide to go away from that, as we're going to be switching views over to its Colony PH.
They're still driving around that the Gatka section. This is one of the optimal places to be, but they need to really stock up for some of the itemizations to, of course, equip any of their DMRs with the necessary scopes to play long range. And I'm just looking at red dots for the moment. They're not really all too stacked up per se, and that's what's expected in towards players that drop right in towards Gatka. But Archangel Predator, they're doing some really good damage overall upon all these players that are rotating in towards the middle of the field. Now, but Habit Gaming finally making a move out of the island already. I guess they're making sure that they don't get taken down as early as they did in the past 2 games. And yeah, unfortunately so, they haven't been able to actually secure much of a kill. They haven't been able to secure great positioning on top of that as well. So just gotta overall do better, you know. Eagle 365, champions of the past round inside Miramar, now working at it by the corners of the hills, and now hoping to find some pickouts with Chivrin in the forefront of the action.
All right, so going to be seeing here from the side of Eagle 365 may actually fight off against FFG. Xavier is going to be holding on towards the high ground here. This could be one of those situations for FFG to actually deny it. Oh, very good nade there coming in, as we do see a good shot coming in from Aoki, getting Chi on towards a side where he could not see it, as Aoki was able to score out that shot beautifully. But they got to be careful though. Eagle 365 taking some of these shots. Chi has been taken out by Kev, as we do see that Jexi now gets the shot back from Xavier. Xavier returning fire, trying to avenge a little bit of the damage being done from the side of Jexi.
Eagle 365, they've already lost one member out there. They don't really want to lose all too much more. Hansi just dancing his feet off just to ensure that he stays safe. Xavier now on the mark, trying to find a little bit more of all these crease of the trees. There's actually any crease on trees. So overall, I think this is a really good start coming from the Malaysian side of Friendly Fire Gaming, managing to negate the winners of the past round in securing this compound for themselves. But this is where they both will commit in towards long-range trades, which we'll see either side's running out of items to expend.
Now, this could be an opportunity for the side of FFG to try to score some kills onto E365, but Eagles 365 now still holding on to that top side, and I think it is going to be a slight positional advantage towards FFG, towards Eagle 365, mostly because they are able to get quite a bit more information. But we do see Bozo there taking a little bit of damage from Vandal as he tried to score off into another spot and try to get another angle to fire off. Angle seems to be rather limited for the side of FFG, as Eagles 365 now looking to spread it out and be a little bit more proactive with their overall movements and try to score FFG kills.
Yeah, Eagle 365, they do have a bird's eye view once again upon FFG. But when it comes down to all these sort of the things that they get, man, no, God. FTF, on the other hand, has been able to find Fuego. And Angelo, the one that has been able to get quite a number of frags on the previous round, is now being taken out immediately. So that's one kill for NRX, so another one coming from the side of Eagle. Or should I say the other way around? I guess this time around it's just going to be a little bit tad more difficult. But we look into, you know, positioning ranking-wise. E365 is still holding on number one spot because of the number of kills. FTF, if they do get a chicken dinner though, FTF, they're honestly in the right track to overtake any other team if they do have that chicken. But Patrick goes in for a takeoff there. Arcot instant reply, and Elgin Bot will be able to find Arcot at the same time. So that buys them a little bit more of a few seconds on the clock to perhaps save Evil Patrick.
All right, Evil Patrick immediately gets taken down, and it seems that it was the reaction that came from his target that was able to put him down on his knees. Archangel Predator now may actually go for the smoke onto him, but it's got to be careful though. Oh, some good pre-fire there, some good from the side of Alted Bots onto RCM to take him down, as we do see Evil Patrick will be able to take down XEZ for the side of Bahamut Gaming. Bahamut Gaming in a little bit of trouble here early on.
He's going to be rushing all the way through with a vehicle crashing right in. Mr. Chan needs to actually hold on. This is going to be another time where we see Archangel Predator taking on Bahamut Gaming 3 maps in a row. It seems like they're onto something. And look at this beautiful spray control as LGN Bots has been able to not only track RCM, but to also get the crosshair pretty much fixed directly onto him. Now, it's only going to be a few members left for the side of Bahamut, and Archangel Predator definitely extremely happy about this, bringing Bahamut down to 1 man once again.
Early disadvantages for Bahamut Gaming as Colony PH now looking towards using that bolt action, getting that Car 98 action on towards the members of the members of Triple S, as Triple S now could be in a bit of problems here, as Calps is going to go in for a very aggressive push.
Yeah, indeed. And Calps probably won't be able to actually get too much. But Habit Gaming, though, instead of getting wiped out by the side of Arcade Predator, it's going to be Unity with the final blow. 3 games in a row, and they have faltered out of their glorious ways. Meanwhile, E365 on the top side of the hill. This fight is not over yet. FFG, they can't afford to spend too much time staying around here, or else the rest of the zone, they're just gonna get flushed out.
Could be another one here indeed, as we do see that from the side of Nomads. Quite a bit of fights here, as they are going to be Kirmizi taking some of those shots from long range, not being able to score any kills onto anyone thus far. But we do see that early on, with about 12 minutes that have surpassed, we do see that phase number 2 is going to come to an end very, very soon, as we're going to be seeing indicative of phase number 3 in play. So we could see that from this. Okay, sorry about that, Contra.
No worries at all. Bozo still trying his luck though. He's already got his helmet pretty much shredded up, and if you look at the utilities department, all the frags, all the smokes probably won't be able to contribute all too much. CJ now looking at rotations of other teams moving directly inbound in towards the hills, and that's where I feel there's going to be a lot more fights taking place over on the southwestern side of the map.
So we're going to be seeing a team extraordinaire holding on towards empty compound. We do see the circle coming into play for phase number 3 about to start off here, as Pochinki, parts of Gatka, ruins are going to be where it all is coming from, where some of the teams are going to be coming from. We do see that the fights are pretty much spread out, not the most high traffic areas on the outside, but there is going to be one of those spots for these teams to actually consider, as Pochinki now could be an interesting transit point for some of these teams. NRX, Triple S, as well as some members of FFG are, I think, in play in almost the center of the circle, if I'm not mistaken. We do see that Eagles 365 as well are still very much fighting off members of FFG trying to push into it. But it is very indicative that members on towards the, I'm thinking in the southwest side, are going to be rather pinched in a way of them trying to get back into the circle.
Indeed it is, and if we look at the current situation, it's going to be 2 Arcure that does have a little bit more elevation coming into the Pochinki Hills over on the south western side. And Colony now securing that middle ground, but they're over on the lower side. It's going to be very tough for them to actually leave at all. But with a build for 360 bird's eye view, they may just be able to pull in a few numbers on their end. MBS, Monkey Boss, hasn't been able to actually stash any kills at the moment. There is a little bit more room for them to slowly rotate in, as they're only about 200 meters away. It shouldn't be too much of a hassle for them to get right in. But Bozo finally gets 2 knocks, and the rest of MFG, they finally start to make a move, and they crash into the same compound. The rest of 4 Samurai has already been eliminated. And what a way to actually start things off here. Cavi now is moving midway in towards the tracks, and that's going to be a little bit more boosting sent towards the side of FFG. Meanwhile, that Dacia is going to be overturned though, so how could they actually move on?
So this is going to be a huge problem for the side of Friendly Fire, as Bozo now going to drop out as much smoke as he can. Going to go for a bit of a boost here. Going to give him a little bit more sustainability and increased healing. So that's going to help him out in terms of how he wants to push into these fights. I think that coming in from the side of Friendly Fire Gaming, they don't have that much options for them to move out, mostly because of how exposed they are. Xavier as well as his other teammate Aoki now are holding on towards a bit of higher ground. But this could be one of these situations where members of E365 could be gatekeeping for the side of BS. We do see BS now are going to be fighting it off, as we do see Jaxi was able to take off Frekia, as we do see, Vandal now gets taken down. Very nicely done from the side of Exco Rex to take down Vandal, but it seems that this is going to be an opportunity for the side of BS to go for the third-party fights onto Ego 365. Remember, game number 2 was Ego 365. Could this be an opportunity for them to score? Jaxi now looking towards getting that kill onto Frekia.
They try to actually make it a little bit more of a focus on towards the side of Monkey Boss, and now tags after tags, they won't be able to actually connect all too much. Killa's gonna be able to find Nomads though. Spunky got shot right in the head. While Eagle 365, they're gonna be able to stay very much safely so. And now the problem will lie ahead of where MBS has been able to move forward to and gatekeep the rest of these teams. Now, from the other side, BS. They're gonna have a little bit more room for themselves, and all the bunch of coaches that are focusing on the mobile platform has already been able to actually make their way towards the top 13 at the very least. Tuark this time goes down on towards the 14th spot. While a lot of all the other time, Bot Slayer hasn't been able to actually get too much frags off, but at least now they're playing for a better positioning at the very least. Archangel Predator already have stashed up 7K, and they heard a little bit of bricks going on. I guess it's coming in from the jam bricks of the UAZ, so he's gonna be going right back at Sunshine. Really goes in to snack a knock onto Kermizzi.
All right, Team Extraordinaire EX now go some of these shots. None of them were able to secure the kills, though. I think they was able to get one down, but not out. How now with his sniper rifle may actually get that one tap. Janks out of our view will be able to take down Zur from the side of MBS. As we do see that Team Extraordinaire now may actually try to get some of the shots off. Don't know whether or not they will be getting it off from the Future's Broken Hearts now. Looking towards getting some of those shots off. We'll be able to take down Feather from the side of AX. AX now in a little bit of trouble here as they are relatively exposed. As we do see Team BS are going to be moving on to different spots.
This is where things get a little bit more tricky. Pasha's just passed right by. The side of ASTRAX should be able to actually unleash bullets after bullets upon some of all the players on top of the hill. But this is where they're going to be safe and sound. Sliding as well as Janks have been able to move right in with a dossier of their own. Now, the biggest challenge for the side of BS, they have to take on Fuego, and that shouldn't be too tough when Chins, he doesn't really have too much HP to work with, and that's where Bot Slayer just have to really work it one at a time.
All right, so we're going to be seeing Nam Xiao from NRX Esports going to go for the load up. As you can see, Xavier right now being able to take down one, but it seems that Vandal will be able to get that score kill on towards the side of Xavier. As we do see that Xavier now again for the second time, I think, in game number 3 will be down for the count. But it seems that, Friendly Fire Gaming annihilating another team, and it seems that Friendly Fire Gaming slowly coming back up into play. It's got to be careful that they don't get themselves exposed again here, as the circle is going to be closing them out. As we do see that from over the other side, MBS was able to take down Xavier and Aoki.
And not only that, they managed to take down a team that have won the chicken dinner in the past round. It is going to be quite a statement coming from the side of FFG. And they are just getting pretty much shored up. Monkey Boss is the next one to fall. And they have tried by taking a grenade to shove it on top of Aoki, but that also costed them their very own life. Calling now, making sure that they keep their eyes inside that shack. They've already known some of the members are going to be lurking around coming from the side of NRX. But Fuego, they're keeping things pretty much nice and quiet over on the corners of these hills, but they still need to slowly step right in, and they'll be lit up by the sunlight. So I don't know how they're going to be able to actually stay safe overall. Mon now, and the rest of FTF, okay, they're kind of stuck right now, but at least that's cover for the moment.
Supposedly covered for the moment here, as Teddy's could be in a situation where he has to be very careful because there is a crazy amount of smoke that is going to be covering the sidelines from anywhere from other places, but it's only a matter of time before that smoke runs out. We do see that from the side of Ajin Bot taking some of these shots here, will not be able to take him down. We do see the Fuego now going to be very aggressive with the push.
Yeah, and Momonji is going to be able to capitalize on this situation alongside the killer here, as they have been able to go tap after tap to take out members of the side of Nomad. Archangel Predator. This is an absolute playground for the side of AAP, and Friendly Fire Gaming, unfortunately, has been spotted out by Colony as well, as many of these teams that were looking from the edges here won't be able to actually get those chances, especially on those open ground. You can see that they just get bombarded, even no chance on those Nasia, and that's going to be a seatless Nasia for the moment, while Nomad's having one final member hiding inside, so I don't think it can last for all too long, but we shall see eventually.
Yeah, we shall see eventually whether or not they will be able to score any of these wins. I do feel that some of these teams could be in positions that could be detrimental to them. We do see that FTF, they're still stuck in that position. It's going to be gatekept by some of the other players. I do think that for some of these other teams as well, it's all a matter of how they're going to be moving. It is eight teams in the server with 25 players in play. I'm thinking that for this overall stage of the game, it's all about the movements early on. Looking at it, NRX, FTF, EX, AAP, Colony, PH, AX, as well as BS, and Nomads are still in the game, Contra.
Yeah, overall, I think that this is just going to be a little bit more slow tempo of a fight, because there's not really all too much to cover. They will just try to throw their way across, but the rest of the bot slayers, they are pummeling down bullets against the likes of AAP. Pasha gets Evil Patrick as well. Pasha now trying to clutch this situation here. Archangel Predator, they get blown out, and even with the Extraordinaires tipping right in, third-partying that situation, and that buys a little bit more room for the side of bot slayer. Dance get to survive, Slidey B as well. So once they get back up on their feet, they are ready to actually take on another team, and that another team being NRX, Esco Rex here, picking up one more number for Bot Slayer.
Bot Slayer could be potentially winning out a big one here. Jang's definitely dangerously low. 5 kills in the pocket for the side of Bot Slayer. SlyDD leading the charge. But we do see that SlyDD now going to be holding on towards the high ground. Could be another opportunity for them, but it's got to be careful that it doesn't get spotted out from the side of Teddy's. Teddy's now going to move on towards another position, and they're still stuck in the relatively same spot here. Very interesting indeed, as he is going to be going into the hut. Could be an opportunity for him to take down some of these shots very far away indeed. We do see the Colony now going to move on to a position where they could be in a spot that could bring them a win. 6 teams in play.
Colony now spots out members over on the side of From the Future. It's quite a scattered area of play coming in for some teams. Now, Colony's going to be abusing some of the elevation as they climb on top of that UAZ, while Namshell's going to be the final member remaining for the side of NRX, so he's going to be keeping himself quiet and mum right over on towards that vehicle right over the bomb site. Teddy's going to do exactly the same, except for the fact that his cover is going to be a rock in a hard place, or perhaps a tree to work with at the very least. So, Bot Slayer having the numbers alongside with the Extraordinaire, Colony. These are the 3 teams that has all the edge to actually close out the game. And just look at Colony. They're really putting more and more of those numbers out there. And I tell you, some of these players have played for Archangel Predator some time ago, and you know how scary they are.
Very scary indeed here, as we're going to be seeing from the side of Colony. Colony does have 4 members in the pocket as well. Judging from what we see here, Extraordinaire, Colony, as well as Bot Slayer are the 3 teams that are able to get at least 4 players in the game. But we do see that it is going to be a matter of time here. Pasha take it down, Jangs take it down, SlyDD as well as Escorex are the only 2 ones left. Escorex immediately being able to take down how very nicely done with the sprays here. But SlyDD getting taken down. Escorex, final surviving member, 7 players in 7 teams. 7 numbers down for the count, as oh no, Escorex not too much in a play here, as it was him. Last surviving member will be taken down for the count.
Very unfortunate. I believe it looks like he didn't really notice that the other member has already gotten himself back up, and that's where, you know, They kind of turn a little bit of blind eye, and now that they are going down this sort of slope, it at first looked to be Butler that was on that advantageous spot, but they were kind of prone to being shot out in the open as well. So not enough smokes, not enough utilities being expended. The Team Extraordinaire just absolutely capitalized on that. But speaking of being capitalized, the colony is gonna find ways to eventually colonize this game.
All right, it seems like colonization is going to be in favor for the side of Colony if they're going to be playing it out. 4 members in play as the other 2 teams. As the other 3 teams are numbered out with 3, 3, and 1 thus far. So this is going to be very interesting indeed, as we do see that it is going to be these 4 squads fighting off against each other. Top 4 is going to be an opportunity for them to actually get some of these shots off from a long range, as Colony now being very aggressive indeed. It seems that they are going to be the only ones in mostly controlling further into the circle with the only compound left standing. So I'm thinking that this could be a very good opportunity for Colony if they're going to hold out their position. But it's got to be careful. Alec there might actually take back some of those shots back in.
And speaking of which, you remember that we were talking about how long can nomads last? Top 4. Top 4 is the way. Good try, buddy. Colony, I guess they were kind of irked out by a surprise coming from the back. But now that they recuperated, I guess down to its 3 teams, where each one taking different portions of the map. FTF is in a tough spot because they're all pretty much clumped up on towards this same shack, and they don't really have all too much of the option to either go on foot. And speaking of which, both Team Extraordinaire as well as Colony, they're starting to tag team against FTF, and FTF says, okay, guys, I'm not the main person here that you should focus. You should take down Extraordinaire because they're taking the high ground.
So we do see here from the side of Colony holding on towards the 4 members here, as we do see that from the side of Team Extraordinaire, they are going to be taken down from the side of Colony as well. We do see that this could be an opportunity for the side of Colony to actually close out the game. Extraordinaire losing out 1 member, FTF as well, are going to be fighting off with Extraordinaire as well, as we do see that Colony taking on this situation slowly, getting as much sound cues as they can. But look at that, the counter peak from the side of Extraordinaire, looking towards getting it on towards from the future. Momonji being able to take the sunshine.
Yeah, and I guess from the future, they only have to move ever so slightly. Phase 8 is not going to favor them all too much. Now they're trying to exchange a little bit more of anything that they still have in their back. And with majority of this open playing fields being all set up, they do spot a member from the side of EX. Caps, however, playing some really good Jigo peeking. Excuse me. As his SRLR has yet to be able to actually connect perfect shots on top of the side of Nile, while Alec is just waiting for that flanking opportunity.
We do see that Colony now going to go very, very smart indeed with Alec going to split off. Calb's giving a little bit of oversight here, but we do see, oh, nicely done from the side of RDK's onto Killer. It seems that the flank opportunity denied for the side of Colony, as we do see that from the future still holding strong towards their positioning. I feel like this could be an opportunity for them to actually close it out, but we do see that for the side of Colony, they got to be careful though, as we do see Team Extraordinaire eliminated is going to be Colony going up against from the future FTF. Colony now could be able to score themselves 1 big win, as from the future as well stands in their way, but we do see that numbers are starting to dwindle for the side of FTF. Fire that being changed from the side of Alec. Alec waiting for the right time to strike, as we do see that the flank is going to come to fruition for the side of Colony PH. Colony PH could be in a spot where they're able to take down Teddy's. Alec right now using his opportunity, as we do see the RDKs tipped off and going to be trapped in one spot. It's going to be an easy game for the side of Colony to score it out.
What a perfect game scenario coming from Colony. They were very patient and they managed to make their way in towards these open fields and slowly move step by step to be able to command and conquer the Colony now takes over with the chicken dinner of their all. They've got more than 20 over points in terms of kills. So in the PUBG Challenger Rumble series itself on 2021 in Season 2, I guess we got some big competition ahead of us here. We have Bamanji, Killa, Maestro, Calps, as well as Alec, all veterans of the scene, coming back stronger than ever and sure to make a big statement game against the rest of their competitors. Let's move over to the highlights here. First presented to you by Geek Events, KK Revolution, Digital Asia, and not forgetting PUBG Studios.
Very nicely done for a lot of these teams. We did see that Bot Slayer were able to get pretty far ahead, despite the fact that they had a few lackluster games in game number 1 and 2. But it seems that coming in close, it is very, very much Escorex here. I think focusing a little bit too much on the kills rather than positioning. I felt like if he was able to actually go and consider the positioning that he was, he could have actually cut them off when they were coming out from the smoke on the front end. But then hindsight, 2021, right? I mean, it's all about the benefit of hindsight. We do see the final few circles there benefiting for the side of Colony, as Alec was able to score this out by pinning out that last surviving member of FTF, and it was pretty much an easy GG for the side of Colony as they were scoring out the wins here, as Alex was holding on towards the flanks.
Yeah, Colony really playing a remarkable round right here with them securing a total of 13 frags in game number 3. From the future, honestly, has put up quite a stellar play heading in towards round 2 of Erangel in total. Alongside with Friendly Fire Gaming, they've already stashed up the same number of points alongside with From the Future. Meanwhile, this is definitely a better round coming from Archangel Prairie, where they survived much longer than the past couple of games that they've played, while Bot Slayer has had their debut of a performance coming with 7 points, then that makes up that top 5. Of course, the rest of the teams are still catching up, and there's still going to be more of these games to count, where we are just halfway marked into what we have here for the entirety of the evening. So, Hound, I'm pretty sure that from this point onwards, all these players, they're already hungrier than ever to secure those wins if they haven't already gotten one.
I just consider it to be one factor here. I think it's all about closing out the games convincingly, and I felt that some of the Malaysian teams were struggling quite a bit. We did see that NRX, Eagles 365, and Colony PH are the 3 teams that were able to win out thus far, and I feel that that's going to be indicative of how they're going to be performing moving forward. Eagles 365 did have a valiant effort, but were eliminated by the Malaysian team. I think it was by Friendly Fire Gaming, if I'm not mistaken, in some of the earlier stages of the games, and I felt that was one of the things that could have been rather detrimental towards their ideals of scoring another winner chicken dinner. But thus far, it seems that Philippines is going to be leading ahead with NRX and Colony PH winning out 2 chicken dinners thus far. Indonesia as well with their one single winner chicken dinner as well in game number 2. For Malaysia and Singapore, no chicken dinners yet, but we are on a halfway mark, so there is a lot of opportunities for these teams to come back into the games.
Indeed, there is, and of course, this is where we will take a little bit of a breathing space, and this is the Battle of Bees here that we are witnessing. The best of the best across Southeast Asia here for the PUBG Challenger Rumble 2021, and we'll be right back for even more chicken dinners coming right at your way.
Hi everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another new state field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it still is audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch. Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time. So is it the best option? That depends on your situation. Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new two-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge. Let her rip. If you're battle-weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the Tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or planning an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the drone shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy, which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem.
Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the Vulture swooping in.
You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. It's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter.
Our last stop in this New State field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns, and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize.
Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release.
Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip into Troy. But rest assured, this is only the beginning. There's much more left to discover, so please join us on the next excursion where we'll be looking at more exciting updates. As always, we love and value your feedback, so comment down below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date on all PUBG New State info, and I'll see you on the next trip into Troy.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad.
So raise your glass to the victors. Winners and quitters. They don't know how to be quitters.
The goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Los comentarios significativos.
I will demonstrate to the world what actually shot is on the ground.
Whoa, what the? And welcome back to the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2. This is the main event, Week 1, Day 1, with me, Han. Alongside with me is Contra. We're going to be your casters for today, and I can't wait to see how this is going to pan out. Game number 3 is done and dusted. We are past our halfway mark, heading into game number 4. We've got 2 more games after this, and a totaling of 6 games all in all, and we're going back to the sandy dunes of Miramar, Contra.
That's right, and of course, we just concluded match number 3, so we're heading it towards game 4, where we saw Colony there have been able to inch closer and closer to take that number 1 spot away from Eagle 365 Esports. Of course, priorities on that chicken dinner, the ones with the chicken dinner, is now within that top 3 region, and RX needing to chase in with a total of at the very least 8 points to be able to actually take Colony down into its second spot, or even more kills will send them up flying in towards the number 1 spot, or even better yet, get those chicken dinners. And that will definitely help from the future, as well as Team Extraordinaire, as they got some of the highest amount of frags that we've seen thus far in the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2. So, Archangel Predator, they've just shown that they are picking up the steam here inside of Erangel, but can they do it in Miramar? As we haven't seen all too much of the flag flying all too high for the side of SOPAN, SANTUN 2 Arc, for Samurai Fuego, Monkey Boss Nomads, or even Bahamut Gaming, but Bot Slayers, they're actually on the right track. They've managed to secure quite a number of substantial amount of kills in that first round inside of Erangel. So, meaning to say, these upcoming 3 games here, very much crucial to set the tempo for the Sunday rounds here in the PCR Season 2.
Right, so looking at Season 2, this is going to be very interesting indeed, as we do see the breakdown here. For, I think, a majority of these teams, I feel that it is going to be a rather Philippine affair, hitting up from the top 6 to the top 1 spot. We do see some Indonesian and Singaporean teams as well hit into that mold, but it's rather interesting to say that from position 7, 8, and 9 of the scoreboard, we are going to be seeing the Malaysian teams, Friendly Fire Gaming, ASTRAX, as well as Bots. They are holding on towards those 7, 8, and 9 spots. Sagat SOPAN SANTUN has fallen down towards the 10th spot. 2 Arc, 4 Samurai Fuego, Monkey Boss Nomads, and Bahamut Gaming still very much struggling to get back into this game. But you see that Bahamut Gaming is definitely going to be the one struggling the most here, with not even a single kill to their name thus far. Monkey Boss as well as Nomads were still able to score out some of those kills, but we shall have to wait and see whether or not they're slow starters or whether or not they're just not having their day in these first 3 matches is yet to be seen. But we've seen it time and time again that some of these teams were able to come from behind and are able to win big moving forward. So this could be indicative of that particular trend here, Contra. This is all about the, how to say, consistently being able to score out from start to finish. And sometimes we do see that teams that are having very dominant sprees early on may falter because of, I don't know, maybe it's stamina issues, maybe it's issues with tactics, issues with communications, or overall just feeling a little bit burnt out as the game progresses.
Yeah, the reason why I'm grinning is because one of the reasons that you missed out is perhaps one more reason: vendetta. There's a vendetta going on because Bahamut Gaming, 3 games in a row, crashed out because of Archangel Predator, and every single time that they collide is very unlikely so. They come in from multiple directions and they cluster into one. Even when Archangel Predator was low on numbers, Bahamut, honestly, this is one of their lowest days that I've seen in competitive play, that they haven't been able to actually get frags. They haven't been able to actually get into the better positionings overall, and they got to start doing something about it. And I just don't know what could they do if they keep meeting up with the side of Archangel Predator, meaning to say somebody's got to change their rotation or even play style. And if you don't adapt to these current situations, there are scenarios where they may not be able to actually secure it all the way throughout day number 1. But hey, who's to say? There's going to be a few factors that may be able to actually propel them forward. So I'm not really giving him a little bit too much of course, heat for whatever that has come up with. And for the rest of the team, they just need that sort of the area for them to go in with the comeuppance, so that they should be able to really bounce back up with a lot more plays at hand. And of course, stick to their usual game plan as well.
I agree with you on that, Contra. There's a lot of opportunities for these teams to actually play it around the fact that sometimes early games, they are able to they run into just really bad rotations. And I feel that, I mean, it is PUBG. It's all very dynamic. I feel that no one rotation could actually benefit, but familiarity of certain topography of certain parts of the map can actually benefit quite a bit. But let us go into Miramar. Miramar, I think, is going to be very rotation heavy, as it is going to play around the fact that the early game rotations are going to dictate how some of these teams are going to perform against one another. As we take a look here from the northeast towards the southwest, Villa Del Mar all the way, from Impala all the way to Villa Del Mar is going to be our flight path here. Going to be interesting as I think the majority of the northern side of the map of Miramar is going to be rather considered dead space here compared to maybe the bottom side of the map where I think more the majority of the fights are going to be, depending on where the circle is over the first few phases of the game.
Yeah, but the thing about this is that majority of the loots are actually scattered upon the northern centric areas, and we're already seeing a few of these teams hoping to go back to their respective spots if they can actually rotate all the way through. But I do, of course, agree with what you said. Places like Torre Ahumada, as well as Capital Militar, kind of is off limits, and you don't want to think about Alcantara on the other end of the world. So we'll see perhaps a couple of all these contests coming in. Speaking of a contest, FFG, they were hoping to drop in towards Valdemar, and immediately they swerve across over the valleys in order to at least go in for some scattered loot across those Valley of the Hills. While inside of Los Leones is one of the best places to be at the moment. Just look at this hard southern-centric circle, which will go into some of the no man's land. And speaking of no man's land, what better way than to have nomads, who usually love to scatter all about in the map, but they are staying put in the very first phase. And Zio, he's already holding on towards his UMP, soaking some damage though. He's got nothing to work with. He's better running out and towards the open than to, of course, stay put by the corners of the wall. Oh boy.
So I look at it from a very interesting perspective here. Los Leones is going to be rather busy in terms of traffic, and I feel that with the circle revealing itself as such, right? Teams that are closest to the coast can benefit it by clearing out most of the coast and moving from the coast from the southern side of the coast towards the northern side of the circle. So I think that's going to be very, very beneficial to them. A lot of really interesting covers as well as defilade that could be taken advantage of by a lot of these teams moving forward from the coast. And this could be rather interesting because I think a majority of the player base are not within the circle and are like around the, what's the word for it? Are around the outskirts of the circle. So I'm thinking that taking that time could benefit them, but as well as getting some of that really, really high value real estate could be in their minds here, in the back of their minds here, if they want to close out this game and get more advantages moving into the circle.
That's right. Now, to Arc, of course, having a few of these rounds not really favoring them all too much, but they have been able to show that they can actually start up fights and also ended up pretty well. Well, NRX Esports, they first started off on the most central part of the map of Picado. Now they try to make a move, but there are members inside of Eagle 365 that's currently above them by the hills, right where Power Grid is on the south side. Well, I'm just looking at Archangel Predator. They do have some really good loots out of Chimacera, but if they were to exit out of that, that's where ASTRAX, they are just across those highway, which I felt that they could potentially go in to punish the movements that's currently going on. But with 2-2 split, Archangel Predator, they should be moving in directly without too much of a hassle, but instead, they're the ones who spot out ASTRAX, while the rest of the teams are still slowly taking their time to get towards this zone. There's only so little room which they could actually, of course, secure for themselves. Nomad possibly in one of the best spots in which they don't really have to rotate for at the very least 2 phases.
Okay, what's important here is that for the side of Colony, they are going to be moving on towards the coast, and I feel that's going to win them a big positional advantages, because if they clear out the coast and they're able to actually score into the fight effectively, I think that's going to be very important to note, because if I've always believed that being able to clear out coasts, as you can see here by Colony, they are doing it very smart indeed, but we are going to be going towards Astrocute from the side of 4S. Taking some of those shots from long range here. Astrocute, UD, GD, as well as XXX Def may actually be in positions that could benefit themselves. I think that onto Picado as well could be a spot for them to actually consider.
It could be. I'm not too sure what Astro Cute is up to. He's just making a couple of noise, shooting up in the air. It's like, okay, guys, I'm here marking my territory. Just don't disturb me while I'm at it. For Samurai, honestly, they're a little bit far from the mark that where they need to be. So they need to move further in. But TBLQS, I kind of wish there's some syllables which I could actually use to name him up. But ASTRAX, though, they're getting this hustle in. While NRX, they take a double when Suzunami has been able to really wipe them off throughout the compound. Now, TBL, he's all alone. And I don't think that he's got much of a choice but to camp right in over on this longhouse. And I guess this one-man army is going to be able to secure a beautiful ace if this is going at this rate.
Doesn't look good here for the side of ASTRAX. ASTRAX now very much alone with TBLQS, the final surviving member here. 14 kills in their pocket thus far, but not a single chicken dinner, holding on towards the 7th spot. This could be problematic for them. Why? Because if they are in a position that... Oh, wait, Nicel. I think this is very smart. Ooh, TBLQS was able to take down Nicel there.
Oh, no.
Very nicely done. But nope. Suzunami taking him down. Wondering what was he doing, trying to repick the same spot again.
I guess a 3 for 4 is not too bad. And TBLQS, he's kind of on his last hurdle. He managed to go in with a good peek right across that Murado that was parked over the wall. And Suzunami honestly has taken too much time to go in for the revival. He could have possibly walked away with that like 2-0. A little bit of hesitancy being shown across the table. After all, it's still very early in the phase, and nobody really wants to crash out. But unfortunately, even for NRX who have survived some of all these hassle, they don't seem like they're in a good state to actually close the game off on a high note, especially when everybody else has all 4 members intact. So, Mr. Chan of Bahamut Gaming is going to do a little bit more scouting duties across, while over on the southern part of the map, we're seeing Alec hoping to catch any of all these movements across the highway, but he's pretty much all alone, high and dry, while Kirimizi finds himself one through the crosshair, and those are members of the side of Triple S just getting flocked upon, and Nomads are already taking them down one after another. But Catalea is going to be able to find Kirimizi, and that should be one of the last few members out there. And Catalea only hanging on to 2 HP. This is ridiculous.
Catalea there in a bit of a bother here, as you do see that 3 members of the side of Triple S now down for the count, as Catalea going to go for the save here, as Nomads is going to be pushing out very aggressively indeed. Could be an opportunity for Sagat Sopan Satu to turn this around. Imperium there is going to come on from the bot side. Oh, don't know whether or not... Oh, we do see Moto Loco was able to take out Catalea for the side of NMDS. Nomads now are looking towards getting this spot off, securing the kill onto Catalea. Catalea came in to save people, but he was the one that ended up on the receiving end. We do see that Spunky, Modoloco, as well as Imperius are in this game, going to go hold on towards these multiple angles against them. Could be an opportunity for them to go for, but it's going to be Triple S Ipen that was able to take down Imperius.
And now he's just trying to find a little bit more room, and that nade should be able to actually do wonders for them. Ippen now still somehow alive, and he mounts down, 2 members down. Nomad, what are you guys doing? You should just push right into the building. Karizi, for a second time coming, he's going to be actually knocked off, and he will bleed faster than ever, 24 HP. Will he be able to clutch it off? Monoloco finally puts the final bullet to end Sangat Sopan Santun.
Sangat Sopan Santun, the second team to get out of this game at 15th spot. Very unfortunate for them to be released from the Mortal Coil so early on. 10 minutes into the game, and it seems that phase number 1 is about to come to an end as we head into the phase number 2 relatively soon after this. We do see that for a lot of these matchups here, for a lot of these teams, they are still in play. First and second spot for Eagles 365 as Colony are back into it, but look at that. Extraordinarily taking out Nomad's Kirimizi from a distance.
Yeah, and, you know, Mizzy, this is third time. He just keeps soaking every bullet as if there's a magnet in his body. And, you know, despite whatever conspiracy theories, there's no way a chance a needle can get magnets in your body anyways. But nevertheless, I think extraordinaires, they are looking to be brutally sharp whenever you give them any sort of DMR. So there was not really all too much room, and we know for a fact that Nomads, they were holding the best possible angle out there, and I've mentioned that they've been able to actually get few phases without even thinking twice that they should be inside of it. And look where they are. Once again, right directly in the middle, eventually contested by Colony, and now Bahamut over on the top side as well. So I guess they're not going to be all too safe as we assume to be.
Yeah, not entirely too safe here, as you said beautifully. We do see that from the side of Tuark as well. Could be, oh wait, seems that he did spot out some members of FFG, if I'm not mistaken, or was it another team? Not entirely sure which logo was that. Fuego. So we do see that Zio taking out some shots onto Gofad here. Fuego, as we do see that FUD 12 has been taken down from the count from a rather impressive distance. Nothing these teams are doing. Oh wait, before that, the Arc now taking in a little bit of damage. He's got to be careful that it doesn't stop here. If he stops here, it is basically gone city. But look at that, nicely done. I don't think he should have actually went onto the back side there. If he didn't go to the back side, he would have been saved.
Yeah, I guess going towards the shore is one of the riskiest moves that they have actually chosen to do so. Where honestly, there's no cover hitting it towards the shore, and from the Tiger's Den now into the Shark's Teeth, Croft Barzam now trying to move right in. A massive break the vehicle, and oh my word, what a shot coming from Angelo as well as Croft. And the rest of Tuark, they're kind of doomed right now. 3 kills in, and Vigo happy to take that one.
Okay, so we do see Tuark now eliminated from the side of Colony PH. Colony PH scoring 21 kills in total, not too far behind from Eagle 365. I think the only difference of the matter is that if they're able to get that, how to say, those kills off really consecutively, but and also consistently. But looking at this drone cam here, nothing much in terms of what they have been exchanging within each other. We do see Croft Barzam taking some of those shots onto Ardiv. Ardiv now gone, but not out, gone and out. As we do see Colony PH looking towards getting that long range snipes.
Alec tapping in towards the window for the moment. The rest of the side of MB, they're just gonna be turtling in. Honestly, not needing to do much, or they only will start fighting from phase 4 onwards. That's what I assume a majority of teams would be up to. Mad Dog and Co. for Archangel Predator. Definitely a favorite, the favorites of the Philippines. And they have one of the highest of accolades across the region out there, and they are already on the move now, trying to crash over in corners of Colony. As they are trying to take over, there is a lot of all these open room that they can also get punished from, while Colony, they heard some of these movements already. They start to fall back, where Calbs, just knowing that there is a slight hunch of what to expect, and what makes matters worse is that MBS, they're also driving right by. So this ain't going to be giving them that full attention span onto the side of Archangel Predator, which they should actually give. And speaking of which, Alec now gets picked off.
Very nicely done there from AAP, as we're going to be going on towards another one. The Colony here, looking just getting some of those shots off. Will not be able to land. Oh, does land one. Don't know whether he will be able to land any more after that, because we do see that the tries that are coming and ringing true for the side of Colony PH. But other than that, is not going to secure them any kill thus far.
There is a pretty good securance coming in from the side of Archangel Predator. Well, that's going to be Def coming in from quite far that will be able to punish Mad Dog from another angle itself. Well, for Zam, he looks for that pickup truck that's climbing up the hills, losing a little bit more of the velocity and the travel speed, but he will just try his best to put those 5.56 bullets into the tires, but they won't be able to find much. Mamaji, though, goes in for a pickup, and MBS, they're in trouble once again. What's with the teams going to shore? I don't understand why, and they think that there is cover. It's not at all. It's just easy picking coming from Colleen. That makes it 2 in a row.
I think the overall consensus here for a lot of these teams, contra, is the fact that they want to get to the coast as quickly as possible because they'll be able to hug the coast and at least play it out safely. But the problem is there is a lot of high ground around them that could prove against that, could prove a very easy counter strategy against these players. So I'm thinking that this could be one of those situations where hanging about by the coast could benefit them only if they're able to remain stealthy while doing it.
Yeah, I guess that is a fair point. But driving with a car, not exactly the stealth mode that you're hoping for. Mirados make some of the noisiest vibrations up in the air. Well, I guess, well, I can't say noisy vibration because sound is made out of vibration. It's only science. So, Astro Cute now throwing one in. Can he get it though? Okay, that looks pretty good. Coming in from the side of AP, but that's where LT bots, they didn't really suspect the rest of the samurais to come right by. Dev now goes down. And for Samurai Warriors, they're looking for the room to take on CJ. CJ, he drives away. He knows that this is going to be a lost cause if they were to stay. They've already lost Algian bots. And there's not much time. 25 seconds. They got to die for it, and what did they do instead? Archangel Predator. Then negating them from coming right by and just keeping them outside of the blue zone.
Yeah, there's going to be huge problems here for a lot of these teams. As we do see Bozo right now will be able to take down MBS's Zer. Bozo will be able to take down Xavier again. I feel like every time we go and watch FFG, Xavier is always on his knees because he got pinned down. And I guess it goes to his role, I guess. He is, after all, one of the anti-fraggers, if I'm not mistaken. So he has to be very careful on how he wants to fight this out because we do see that Day is actually moving up against them. So this could be an opportunity for them to get a kill onto here. But Xavier, Aoki, Kev, as well as Bozo now, not having any of it, are going to position around him.
Well, grenades coming in, and oh, that catches Killa! FFG, they find an opening. Frag Calps trying to actually reply to this response. Aoki with a double. And he does soak in a lot of damage, leaving Babanji over on the other corner. That grenade, trying to deny those entry points coming from the side of FFG, is not going to help. Babanji now all alone, though. The Malaysian side now storming their way through, finds that one kill being secured. Looking for that turret, and they've already know that he's hiding right inside. Babanji now, his day is numbered. Xavier securing that kill on Hilla. While the rest of the teams are starting to just stay quiet, while FFG is just doing all of the heavy lifting right now. And how much can this crate possibly help with a barrel in hand?
Very, very much interesting for them. We do see Colony now in a bit of trouble here, as we do see that Bozo is going to be the one to try to take down that one more opposition. Ooh, very nicely done, but it's going to be Moji that was able to get him down for the count. We do see that it's going to be a Malaysia versus Malaysia affair with Evil Patrick. A Philippine versus Malaysia affair with Evil Patrick taking down one member of FFG. This is one of those things that could be in the favor of the side of FFG if they play this correctly. We do see Eagle 365 Esports now trying to get as much information as he can towards the smoke. Not going to be taking any of those shots, but it's got to be careful that he doesn't get sprayed down like the rest of them.
Patrick now trying to actually put some of all these nades right down there. It's going to be the final member remaining for inside of Archangel Predator. Now trying to actually blind him off with a little bit of smoke. He's going to be jumping on top of the mattress, trying to negate some of all these Molotovs. And instead, that lob of the smoke is not going to help him all too much. The lamp in place, I hope that doesn't really expose him at the very least. The 4 Samurai Warriors, they are slowly marching their way up. So I don't know how much time can be bought right here. Archangel Predator has clutched it today, but only against Bahamut though. Throwing a little bit shades whenever I could, like I guess, yeah, this is gonna go for quite a while, but the grenades are moving right in. Patrick though, still hugging tightly by the corner, and the rest of Warriors, they're holding on. Almost getting a frag off of GD, but that's all Patrick could do. Not gonna be staying under rocks or even pineapples this time.
Yep. It seems that for WC4S, for SS now holding on towards that compound here, but gotta be careful. We do see that there is gonna be a bit of a fight here between Bahamut Gaming. Finally, they were able to get 2 kills. XCC and Mr. Chan were able to score some big wins there, but it seems that RCM was slightly the biggest loser here. Another nade being tossed out. There we go. It's going to be a molly on towards 1. Don't see how that's going to actually put him in a position where it is all on them, because judging from it, it is going to be...
FFG.
Oh, wait, FFG now. Savior being able to get down 2.
And the majority of the side of the 4 Samurai Warriors are getting their members depleted already. Here comes that grenade. It might just be able to find GD. GD earlier just got knocked by the sole member remaining from the side of Archangel Predator. And now down to 2 members from the likes of FFG. It's going to be pushing right in. They still have all 4 intact. This looks to be one of the best performing games out there. While Nomads already lost 2. They've been hiding into many of all these 30 quarters. And now, just going to be camping alongside some of all these walls that's still remaining. But look at this. There's like 3-4 teams over on this edge. And Bahamut Gaming might just take the short end of the stick by moving alongside. Nomads now getting a little bit of bullets on towards XEZ. So, Spunky, I don't know how long can he hold on for, but he's trying to look for those angles where members of Bahamut, they have to flush in all together, or else they will drop lives to the hands of Nomads.
Okay, so this is going to be... Whoa, look at that. That was a very nice nade there from Hansi on towards ArtGod. We do see that this is going to be some good opportunities for Nomads here. Sponky as well as Kirmizi, last 2 surviving members for his team. He's got to be careful that he doesn't get pushed out. Very good push there coming in from the side of RCM. RCM will be able to take him down. Chi will be able to take down Easy, as well as RCM onto Sponky. I think this is going to be the determining factor here, as we are in the final, as we are in circle number 6, and this could be one of those circles that you might actually see some players die out in and unable to compete into the game anymore.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tricky, especially for the side of FTF. You can tell that RDKS over on the other corner is just playing as a Lone Ranger, just getting as much information as can, but they don't really have the zone with them. While 8365, they're all the way in towards the Heart North. But the other remaining problem here is this, is that they can't exactly move out without getting spotted out by Bahamut. There's also, well, Nomads who are already getting kicked off, so that's going to be A-okay for them. But Bozo now goes in for some blind taps, finds some members to the side of Eagle 365. And maybe he should be able to actually secure those kills. One more tap going in. Broken Hearts now securing another one on towards the side of Fuego Chin. While Angelo is just playing by the corners of smoke, trying to outlast some of all these areas of play. While FTF is going to be opportunistic to drop some nades right down below. And he's going to be pushing it while it's hot. While members of the side of FFG is going to be chipping in as well.
Okay, so we do see that from the side of Fuego. Oh, very nice spray. That was not going to be enough. Fuego got taken down in a matter of seconds, but it's not going to be enough. Bahamut Gaming higher than they have been thus far at number 9. Whether or not it's enough to dethrone some of the Malaysian teams, I'm not entirely sure. As we hit the phase number 6, we are coming to our conclusion contra of this game, of this matchup, or for match number 4 of this Miramar over... for the second Miramar of the game, if I'm not mistaken.
That's right, and now E365. I guess they're taking this slow approach by slipping the edges here. FFG, they managed to find the final member of Monkey Boss, and they are on this hot streak. E365, though, not a single kill that they've stashed up, but they are just hoping to squeeze all 4 members in towards the very final circle, and that's where they will take their turn to shine, while they have already gotten themselves a huge swing of a chicken dinner much early on. This is where, you know, another one really doesn't hurt. Extraordinaire, they're kind of stuck inside this compound, and Vandal making sure that there's no exit strat left, and they managed to find that Molotov right on top of Sunshine. I guess even if you are a part of the Sun, you won't be immune to shots being fired, and coming from flank. The final member has been spotted outside of Nomads. They will go out at 6. Well, Extraordinaire, they're still holding on, and they are trying to pull it down. E65, they're ready to take them on, and 17 Nile just doing whatever he can, but that's all that they could possibly count on him for. Now making it towards the top for A365. They only lose 1, and now advantage over FTF and FFG.
All right, some big ones here for the side of FFG. They are going to be holding up towards 4 members, as well as from the future. Eagles 365 is going to be holding on with 3, with 4W, with 1 left behind. So I'm thinking this could be very interesting indeed, as phase number 7 could be the, could be a turn for the side of FFG. They've had some really bad fortunes thus far. With all 4 members in the game, this could be either a win for FTF or FFG, but E365 as well, if they win this out, this could be them stating that, hey, game day 1, we're able to at least score 2 out, and oh wait, we're going to be seeing flashes there being thrown out. Could be a strong push here from the side of Chi.
Now going for a flush, it should be an easy one for him, and only 1 HP left, but that shouldn't be too much of a hassle. Okay. That detonation of a vehicle almost costed Chibber a little bit of his health bars, but Kevi, he spots members inside of E365. Now trying to break down that pickup truck over on the other corner, so there is vault information being set into place. Kev now dropping in a little bit more smoke, just to give himself a little bit more of the cover. Oh, good snap on a sniper out there. Dexy finds one. Had broken heart.
Oh.
It's going to go down, though. While Friendly Fire Gaming, they do have a good leverage over on the southern side, where the rest of the team need to scramble to find some space, and they got to get down from the high horseland hills.
Okay, so we're seeing there that FTF, FFG, and E365, both of them fighting it out. It's rather spread out, but look at that. FFG holding on towards the coast. I think this is going to be a very smart move here. But not, I think following in that vein as well is going to be E365. They have quite a bit of the high ground here. Aoki, excuse me, not Aoki, sorry. Jexy will be able to take down Teddy's with a really good shot. Vandal 9 now is going to try to push off, but has got to be careful that he doesn't get spotted out by members of FFG. We do see Jexy now. It's going to push out. Might actually be spotted out by Aoki. Aoki there. Xavier will be able to take down 1 on the Teddy's. Look, good spray there coming in from the side of Teddy's towards... Oh, but nope, it's not going to be enough here, as we do see that Jexy as well as Vandal. Jexy has been taken out. Vandal, last surviving member. Friendly Fire Gaming with 10. Killing spree going to go over to FFG. It's going to be FFG going up against FTF 3v2, as well as E365. E365, 1 last surviving member here. Vandal could be in a very good opportunity for him. Takes a little bit of fire from Bozo. Bozo now immediately tries to go for the kill, but will not be able to do so because of the defilade. FTF is going to be in a very interesting spot here, but look at that. Bozo with the SLR from a distance being able to take down quite a bit. It is going to be a 4v2 fight for FTF here. Could be an opportunity for them. Friendly Fire Gaming now could be in a spot. Good shots there coming in from RDK, taking down Aoki.
Oh, here comes the grenade, though, flying all the way far in the back. RDKS, he's going for a push, and he's now walking back into the grenade. Not too much time, but that nade will not be able to connect. RDKS coming out clutch. Now it's back towards an even 2 versus 2. Bozo now might just be spotted out. Saber trying to actually heal up, going for the revives, trying to make it pretty much uneven yet again. They already know where exactly RDKS is currently at. Cavs now down on the ground. And he's going to be popping one more frag. 2 versus 3.
Ooh.
And Kev probably have no hopes of surviving, though. But RDKS, I think he's already spotted out Bozo.
Okay, this could be very interesting here. Some good shots there coming in from RDKS onto Xavier now. Oh my goodness, it seems like it doesn't look good for the side of FFG. FFG right now, 2v2 with one member down for the count. It seems that FTF right now is going to be playing it very, very wise indeed. Broken Hearts is still going to be hanging out on towards the side here. It's very interesting indeed as they both going to go towards the same spot here. Broken Hearts as RDKs are going to be put in a very good spot here as Xavier now is the one going to be bleeding out very slowly. Bozo being able to take down Broken Hearts. Got to be happy here. Opportunity strikes for the side of Bozo. Bozo going to go for the heal. Aoki now is going to go for the Jiggle Peak, but no, almost gets it down. But Aoki now being taken down. It's going to be a 1v1 fight. Could it be FFG? Could it be FTF? It's going to be FFG!
Friendly Fire Gaming of Malaysia secures the first one for the region for this weekend. And what a way to actually come up with a show-stopping performance from start all the way out and towards the finish. And of course, the stars of FFG is going to be Aoki, Bozo, Kevi, Xavier, as well as APAC. Overall, I think that this was very much of a very big tactical play coming from majority of the teams. And From the Future was inches away from clutching against a 4 versus 2 scenario. But nevertheless, that was breathtaking, to say the least. Bozo managing to go in for that last hurrah and finally found that final piece of the puzzle. And this is where they have a shot as well to be the top dogs of the weekend.
Very nicely done for the side of FFG, scoring it out. Let's take a look at the highlights here. Very, very well done indeed as we head into the final few circles. This was where a lot of the fights was actually taking place here. I think this was one of the most stacked circles we did see between these 3 teams, as we did see the top 3. It is again Eagles 365 that did come back into play. Xavier was able to take down Teddy's here, but look at that, Jexi was able to take down Aoki. Aoki, even though that he was taken down quite a bit, it is going to be a turn around for the side of FFG despite a very lackluster 3 games. It seems that game number 4 is the game for FFG to come back into it. Bozo being able to go for a very, very strong push onto Broken Hearts, but it is going to be Aoki that was able to get that shot down onto RDK. But look at that, Bozo, the final few one to take down Aoki. Take down RDKs.
And that was a 13K finisher coming in from the side of FFG. And I think that, you know, they start to pick that up back in the match inside Erangel, where they come into, at the very least, a top 6 scenario. And they saw, okay, now things are getting better. Let's try to move all the way in towards the final zone. And once they do, they kept taking fights after fights, and they took the region entirely well, coming in from the southern area. As compared to Nomads, I think that Friendly Fire Gaming here has been able to pick the right fights at the right time, while Nomad was there trying to flush anybody out there that comes close by. So this is where FFG, they managed to put in that 13-pointer for kill, and of course that very first chicken dinner. To add on top of that, From the Future was really close to securing their first chicken dinner as well, with total 7 points, 6 for the side of Behemoth, 5 for both Extraordinaire as well as Nomads, 4 points in for the side of Archangel Predator, Eagle 365 for 3, alongside with 4 Samurai, Fuego, and RX Esports, as well as the ASTRAX, while Monkey Boss comes with 2 pointers out there, Colony PH with 2 points, Bot Slayer as well as 2 Arc with 1 pointer in, and the only team without any sort of kills in this matchup itself is going to be Silent SOPAN SANTUN, which we saw them scrambling to even make a mark inside of Miramar.
Well, this is going to be a very, very good start for Friendly Fire Gaming, despite they had quite a bit of, quite a bit of turbulent start. But remember, there is still 2 more games left behind. So with the exception of Singapore, I think every country involved here, Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia, have been able to score at least one chicken dinner, with the leading win for Philippines with 2 chicken dinners thus far. I don't know about you guys, but I guess that is all from us for game number 4. I'm Hound, alongside is Contra. We're going to be back with game number 5 after this.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad.
Racial class to the victors. Winners and the quitters. They don't know how to be quitters.
The goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Los comentarios significativos.
I will demonstrate to the world what actually shot is on the ground.
Whoa, what the?
Racial class to the victors. The winners and the big hitters. Yeah.
welcome back to the PUBG Challenger Rumble 2021. And of course, this is the Hound alongside with me, Contra. Of course, gotta get yourselves hydrated before we start off the next round. So we are, of course, getting ready for the Battle of the Bees between all the teams of Southeast Asia. Now with the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore all representing. And I guess now we are definitely in for a treat. We only got a few more maps remaining, and it now boils down to 2 more maps for day number 1, where match 4, we saw Friendly Fire Gaming. They took one particular huge round of winner in the chicken dinner, and now they are at the number 1 spot, and Eagle 365 Esports, they're only 1 kill point behind them.
All right, so I'm thinking this could be a very, very big win for the side of Friendly Fire Gaming as well, because with only one kill ahead and 1 chicken dinner, if they're able to cinch out another chicken dinner in this matchup, this could be one big win for them. But not standing too far behind them is Eagle 365 Esports with 25, Colony PH with 22, NRX Esports with 15. But here's the thing though, From the Future is the one still leading the charge in terms of kills. So if they're able to get chicken dinner, then they catapult themselves immediately to first place. So Team Extraordinaire as well with 29. So I think it's going to be a very, very, very easy, it's going to be a very competitive game here.
Yeah, and you know, that last round, RDKS was hoping to snatch it all the way through by taking down Friendly Fire Gaming. Is their ticket to that victory round of the winner chicken dinner still viable coming into this upcoming 2 games that we have for day 1, or do they really have to wait for day 2 to be able to prove that, you know, all these kills could have actually converted to something at the very end?
Yeah, I think that a lot of these teams here that are able to score a big number of kills, all they need to do is just play it rather safe and sustain up until the end game, get that chicken dinner, and it's just an easy catapult into first place. So I'm thinking that, yeah, they might be playing a different type of game here. They'll be like, all right, as long as we're able to get a lot of these aggressive kills early on, get a substantial amount of lead, then getting winner chicken dinner could be on the backside of their minds, right? They want to still be able to get it, but sometimes you get teams that are playing like, okay, we'll play for the winner chicken dinner first, then only we'll look for the kills. So we did see that in the previous game, Friendly Fire was able to score some big wins for themselves in those fights. However, the biggest problem for them is that will it be enough to sustain that lead? Because not too far behind, nipping at the heels, are other teams as well who are very aggressive in some of these plays. And maybe, just maybe, Contra, all that's needed is just one winner chicken dinner for these teams, and then the lead is not going to be stolen away from them. We've seen it happen so many times where in previous tournaments with a different format, we did see that teams were able to score so much just out of the kill pressure alone and the kill lead alone, and one winner chicken dinner automatically catapult them so far ahead that other teams cannot compete. So this could stay true even with this type of format, Contra.
That's true, but then again, for those who have already secured that chicken dinner as well, all they need was, it doesn't matter how many more kills that I have less as compared to the other teams out there. So long as they complete it with 2 to 3 chicken dinners, that makes them unchaseable, undoubtedly so. But, you know, we still have a day ahead of us, and of course 2 more games here. We are ready to actually take another flight, and this time around we are moving all the way back and towards the greeneries of Arangel. Now, I guess this is a lot more fairer than I thought, and it just passes through the 2 of all these grids over on towards the middle intersection. So what's up for grabs is going to be Hospital, Georgia Pole, Gatka, all the way in towards the south side, Quarry, Fair Pure, Chinky, you name it, all the way down towards the far eastern side, we have Milta, Lipovka. So options, plenty. Even if they really want to float afar, get themselves into Severny, that's also very much doable. But I want to see bigger challenges involved. And why I say bigger challenges, I want this upcoming circle to be in the island, if I could actually hope for it to happen. But then again, of course, we'll just let Phase 1 reveal itself, and we'll let nature take its course.
Yeah, it is going to be very interesting indeed. We do see that some teams are going to go to the northern side of the main island. No one going to go towards Sosnovka Island. So I think it's going to be a very wise choice for them, mostly because that if they're still... The thing is, right, with a circle... Excuse me, not a circle. With a flight path that revolves around the middle of the map, you want to not be too far off. At the same time, it really depends. If you're the type of team that's able to actually fight it off... Oh, wait. Wow. From the future here, being able to take down Ardiv very early on onto 2 arc. We do see that that's going to be rather problematic here for them as they lose out on 1 member. 2 arc already very early on loses out on 1 member, and that could be detrimental towards their dreams of chasing that goal moving forward. But I was saying just now, Contra, that a lot of these teams, right, when you have a flight path that is in the middle, you don't want to be too far off from the matchup. You don't want to be too far off from the early circles, and you don't want to be in a place where you can't fight off. Look at that replay there. Immediately, Teddy's was able to get it very, very well off, as we do see that they could just actually be able to score out big wins there.
Yeah, like, of course, TDs is just basically taking out this frustration of not securing the chicken dinner last round. And they came in so closely, sweeping by the edges of Miramar. And the only few members on the way was Friendly Fire Gaming and Bozo. Final member out there to be able to actually take them all on. And Teddy's already have shown that he is in the making to become one of the legends of SEA's very best fraggers out there. Of course, we gotta still look at the records because we got so many great players all across the scene, especially for Bahamut. I think last game we finally see them rise up to the plate, and they have been able to actually offer quite a significant amount of treats when it comes down to frags. But the rotation sometimes can get a little bit more questionable. And you know what? You know, I've seen some of all these graffitis on the wall, and earlier I was checking out the ads. You know, every time we go on the break, Son Heung-min, or of course Sonny of Tottenham Hotspur, was in one of the ads out there. So that gets me really excited for PUBG New State.
Yeah, I'm getting very excited indeed for that PUBG New State. But New States all aside, very early on, it seems that the circle is going to reveal itself part of Sosnovka Island. We do see that there is one team in Sosnovka Island on towards the eastern side of the island. However, on the main island itself, it's going to be a really dense circle here, as a majority of the player base are, I think, not the same majority of the player base, I think a high percentage, I think maybe half or more than half, are going to be on the western side of the circle, whereas the eastern side of the circle is going to be very sparse indeed. Over towards the northwest side, we do see that there is going to be one Malaysian team there. I think it's from the side of AX. So I think that this could be one way for them to actually play it really late. But in terms of options into entering the middle part of the island, they are rather limited indeed. Oh, we do see E365 here. Going to be fighting it off. Chi going to throw off that nade.
Archangel Predator, they're already getting pummeled down by bullets as well as all the grenades. All drop right in. Algin bots hoping to actually go in for the entry, but that entry have already been flunked all over the place. Archangel Predator now looking to rotate on towards the other corner of the farm. And this is where they want to establish mid-control coming to phase number 1. And Archangel Predator, as much as it started on farm, they're kind of losing it out in these early skirmishes, which honestly shouldn't be the best way to approach some of all the other players that's trying to get into its certain areas. Now, E365, I think they are on some really good streak at the very least. Now that they get that kill, they now tie the number of kills with FFG, both having a single chicken dinner. So it's going to be the race to the finish line while Jags finds his first frag of the day, taking down Qualixy. I do believe this is coming from the Milta section. And speaking of which, they have already made their way past in towards Quarry side. I guess I was a tad confused, but no, this wasn't Quarry. This is a little bit northern side of Pachinki, just by the corners outside of the town. So, Jags, You know, he is, after all, currently the coach of Bigatron Red Aliens. Some of you guys who have played on the mobile platform would have actually known of him. And back then, playing for Geek Fam, a renowned team back in Malaysia, now across Southeast Asia as well, in mobile titles, as Archangel Predator has already spotted him from far, and they've already lost one member to the side of Eagle 365, just hoping to actually go in for a little bit more of a payback.
Okay, we're going to be seeing here over to the middle side of the circle. It is going to be rather determinant for a lot of these teams to actually get into it. We do see that there is going to be a care package here being dropped out, a supply drop here for them. Ooh, it's going to be the Groza. If I'm not mistaken, was that a Groza for Archangel Predator? I think it was, yeah, it was the Groza. So that's going to be a heck of recoil to control, but tons of damage per shot. Damage, not to say damage per shot, but the fire rate as well as the damage for the fire rate is going to be very indicative of just how painful that weapon is going to be. Looking at how some of these players are actually playing it out, I think that we're not going to be seeing that much of action this early on until maybe towards phases 3 or 4. If I'm really going to predict anything, maybe we'll see some outlying fights. But other than that, I'm thinking that it's going to be relatively quiet heading into phases 3 and 4. Some long-range shots there coming in from Mad Dog.
And I like the fact that Mad Dog, now he's also being equipped by the Groza that was being passed over by the side of Evil Patrick. Well, I guess this really is maybe a recipe for a disaster piece that they're setting up against all the other team, where he covers both long range as well as the far flanks, down to the close quarter combat. But as we look into the minimap, you can see that the 4 Samurai Warriors, they're not really moving too far off of Nova North just about yet. And long range taps coming from Colony though, getting instant response, and this is going to be a little bit of a long haul fight. They're just staying upon those heels, but Colony knows that this is no place to be safe. Right outside of Pachinki, they'll move further in. Alec also receiving a shot, and I guess they've already learned enough of that lesson. They should be, at the very least, readjusting.
Yeah, readjusting is going to be very important there for a lot of these players. They want to be very careful on how they want to be, at least, re-peaking some of those angles. We do see that lesson is definitely going to be learned by him. Momonji now is going to try to get more angling, but looking at how the sidelines have been opened up for some of these teams, none of them are going to be committing towards it. Heading into phase number 2, only 3 players have been eliminated early on. It's still 16 teams, so no teams have been eliminated thus far. But judging from what we have seen overall from these 2 teams, excuse me, not from these 2 teams, from all these teams, we do see that it is going to be very mid-game centric in terms of the fights.
That's right, and just look at the list of teams that we have on our left side of the screen. Of course, it's still a battle for the first place. While any teams, like you've mentioned before, if FTF gets another a chicken dinner for themselves, or if the side of Extraordinaire and even the likes of Archangel Predator, there's a very solid chance that there is going to be a tighter contest for that one spot. Well, how, if you were to favor a team to really take it all the way through, which team would that be?
I'm leaning quite a bit on From the Future, to be honest, looking at how they've been performing, but I'm thinking that they haven't quite gotten a break. They seem to be getting third party quite a bit, but regardless of the fact that they get third party quite heavily, they have been performing in terms of a lot of these kills that they've been able to accrue for themselves. I think a close second is going to be Eagle 365, and maybe third is going to be for Friendly Fire Gaming. I would give Friendly Fire Gaming a little bit higher on that list, but I mean, me being Malaysian and you being Malaysian as well, I want to try to do that without favoring our fellow countrymen, right?
Yeah, of course. There's always hope. Never the least, and of course, being casters, we are very neutral on our stance. Well, NRX, they are trying to book the middle ground, but everyone's on top of that hill. This ain't looking all too good for some of all the other teams, but Habit now trying to look for the pick and the use pick of Friendly Fire Gaming. They're now getting shot upon on, but lucky enough, all of them will remain intact. But Habit still looking for that pick, trying to pop those tires off. While early on we did see FTF, they managed to get them towards the school apartments, and they're currently having one of the safest compound to work with. And now that there's only 5 more seconds, I guess whoever's not in, they just have to really put that pedal to the metal right now. RDKS now flying Extraordinaire in the form of POW.
Ooh, Suzunami there being able to take down 2. Very nicely done here. And it seems that Friendly Fire Gaming being annihilated. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay. It seems that that was just unfortunate.
Wow. Can we see that again? Okay, let's have a little bit of replay coming back in, where we was just staring down at Bahamut early on. There is, of course, the live action hitting towards the lower side. Or I could be wrong. Okay, this is a scene. NRX having Suzunami being perfectly in place. I think that was a 4K to ace them all off, and they just parked at that corner and just light it all up. Well, big that 3K and Isu taking the fire upon them out there. Still, beautiful work coming from NRX. They're bouncing back up. And good news coming in for the side of Eagle 365 as well. Now, they have all the room to secure more points as compared to FFG.
Oh, man, FFG throwing it out away very early on at, I think, position 16, I think, if I'm not mistaken. For that one, and I feel that that was just a very, very, very bad. How to say? I think it was very bad for FFG, mainly because that they didn't. I don't think the decision making was bad. I think that they just mainly made one small basic mistake, not checking their corners.
Yeah, I guess that even pro players will still make a few errors from sure there, but then again, it was not to say that it was a forced error, or unforced error, to say the very least, to come into this kind of facility. But then again, of course, if you're a pro player yourself, being in that situation, you will be just pulling your strand of hair, like after taking some good fights and just losing out to a fight just by not pre-checking into some of the compounds. It's going to be very, very costly, and they should never, ever do that again.
I think sometimes in the heat of the moment, it can get very, very, how to say? It can get very heated, and sometimes basic mistakes like this can prove detrimental for any team. Let's just hope that these kind of mistakes are not going to be, what's the word for it? Repeated over in the future. However, let's just move on towards Pochinki and looking at the Circle School, parts of Rozok, as well as some of the roads revolving around Rozok and School are going to be in play. A lot of defilade there that could actually be very, very beneficial for some of these teams. We do see that the team's Bot Slayer or Bot Squad now holding on towards some really interesting spots here. They are going to be in the middle of it all. So if they reveal themselves, they are going to face fire from not only 1 or 2 angles, but 3 angles, because NRX is directly ahead of them as well. So really interested to see how members of BS are going to move in. But we are going to be following from the side of 4 Samurai here for WSC. 4 Samurai now moving into a position where this could be circle. I think this could be circle skirting, or I think circle fiending, circle thieving. I don't know what to call it, but I think it is going to be a very interesting one indeed, because being on the edges of the circle, so it is going to actually benefit them to catch some of these players pushing into it.
Well, Super Keeper, Circle, Sweeper, whichever one you want to call it, it works as well. Everybody's got a name for something. So, for Samurais, going rogue on this one, and it seems like the Nomads was the one to take the short end of the stick. Mr. Chan now with a beautiful headshot. And Bahamut Gaming pulling in a few more numbers if they can actually do so. Many of these teams still trying to find a place to call home. It's only phase 3, by the way. Very lost 2 of these teams. So more and more of all these sort of casualties may just happen coming into phase 4 onwards, where either majority of them will be brought further down in towards the corners of the school apartment, or even in towards these areas of the street, which you have definitely earlier mentioned. But Archangel Predator, they're now taking on this challenge to flush out the side of NX over on right down below. So I don't know if this is going to be an easy one at all, but CJ's on the top of the roof, so he should be very much safe against the side of NRX.
Oh, wait. Mad Dog there throwing out one big nade onto Suzunami. Suzunami now taken down for the count. Not down but not out. It is going to be his state of play here. And we're going to be seeing more fire there coming in. Nisal definitely spots him out. CJ now going to try to bait out Nisal onto an angle. We do see that members of AAP now very, very aggressive indeed onto Aisu as well as Nisal. Aisu now just trying to be very, very quiet and cautious. But it's going to be Suzunami that gets taken down. It seems that audio cue is going to be communicated towards Aisu and Nisal. Oh, Nisal, that takes a little bit of damage, goes on the ground. It's got to be careful that he doesn't get spotted out here. The Groza for Mad Dog. It's going to work wonders here. But Aisu from the backside, look at that reply.
Wow, Nisal finally getting that kill as well. He turns down both the fallen allies of Archangel Predator. Now it's going to be the clutch cock of CJ18. He's on top of the roof, though. And I think that he knows. Here comes that grenade up in the air. Can it connect, though? Okay, a little bit too short. And Aisu is just waiting for that backup, just in case if CJ will fall down to the hands of Nisal.
Okay, well, we're going to be seeing this here from the side of NRX being able to get it off at number 14. Not very wise indeed, as we do see AAP were able to get the peak off and were able to get it on towards them. Let's take a look at the replay here. This replay definitely going to be working out for them, as we do see that NRX, despite the fact that they were playing it really, really well in that fight, but look at that. That final shot onto him just worked out in favor of the team that pushed them out. But it seems that the fight is not over. We do see other members here pushing out against E365 as BG Bahamut Gaming looking to be the third party fiend in this fight.
Oh boy, just absolute opportunists as they saw Archangel per toppling over, while E365 has been able to actually come right up ahead here on the side of Bahamut Gaming as well. So, final few compounds left on the table, which will be zooming right in towards the open fields, or should I say, the hill terrains right across east side of Pochinki, or to be specific, south side of school. So, now that Mr. Chan's going to be having a little bit of coverage over on his front, but over the back, though, there's going to be a few bullets being sent right in. So, he's going to be on the overwatch while certain teams coming from the back. It's going to be the side of Nomads that will be moving about, and they do not really want to stay far too long. They've first seen the smoke. Eagle 365. They're going to be having some long-range duke out. Chibrit now gets a catch on towards Moto Loco.
Okay, so we're going to be seeing here Monkey Boss being eliminated at 12th spot. We do see Colony there being very aggressive indeed, annihilating them, but we do see now another one. Pasha will be able to take out Kamizi. We're going to be seeing Bahamut Gaming coming in from the side as well, being able to take down one. Look at that, beautifully done. Onto the side of Bahamut Gaming, onto Hanzi, over onto the other side as well. E365 is back into the game. We do see that Bahamut Gaming were able to annihilate members of Eagle 365. Very nicely done from the side of Bahamut Gaming. And it seems that hope is slowly being breathed into the life, into the chest of Bahamut Gaming. As the bodies of E365 is left behind, Bahamut Gaming will be able to take down whatever utilities that they want, will be able to heal up and get back into the game. Nomads being eliminated by BS and another third-party member. We do see that there is going to be a bit of hope for the Malaysian contingent here, as AX and BS are in the game for Indonesia as well. We do have quite a bit of players back into the mix as well from the future. RDK now going to move down onto Apert's apartments here. This could be an opportunity for them, as Broken Hearts going to be circling out. Oh man, being able to take down one. Sly DD taken down with a beautiful shot from the side of Man, but we do see that Sly DD will be able to take down that nade. Sly DD takes it down with his own nade. Boss Slayer eliminated at 9th spot from the future, annihilate them.
Wow, from the future, they're not done just about yet. SS, they were just about on the outskirts, and FTF, they just stormed right through the building like they were a SWAT team, and oh my goodness, speaking of the SWAT team here, that's gonna be Colony trying to capitalize on the situation. They were all stuck outside on the rooftops. And where is the final member of the side of FTF? It's gonna be RDKS that needs to save the day. I don't know if there's gonna be anybody charging Rudd in, but if he gets blown up right now, this is gonna be looking so bad for the side of FTF. But there he goes to save the day. All 4 members should be lying intact, waiting to be picked up one after another. But Mr. Chando looking around the back. Can he actually get it? Oh, he gets a beautiful spring control on top of Death. Can he look for the side of Chen as well? Grenades being popped right in. The side of 4 Warriors. You're trying to storm right through. Art got the next one to fall. Mr. Chen already got 3 frags. Can he actually go for more? Chins now goes in order to kill secure. Grenades after grenades being thrown right on towards the side of Bahamut, but Bahamut trying to leverage with a little bit more smokes, but that's 1 nade to eliminate 2 members on the side of BG.
Very nicely done here from the side of Bahamut Gaming, but it seems that they are going to be down by a few members here. Looking forward, we do see that Colony from the future, AX, as well as GO are in this game with 4 members. We do see that 2ARC as well as Triple S are down at least a few members. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this is going to play in our final few circles. 7 teams, 23 players in the game. Chins there from Fuego. Going to get some of these long-range shots on Triple S. Triple S there in a very precarious spot. We do see that some of those shots coming in, as we do see that it is going to be Fuego's being able to get that kill onto Catalia.
Catalia just hoping to hide inside of that shack. There's a couple of stash of loots being left right in towards the middle. Well, Bahamut, as much as they tried their very best, it didn't seem like they have managed to push further than 7th spot out there, but still very valiant effort coming out of the team. Now, back towards the side of Triple S, they're pretty much stuck, but ASTRAX, they saw a chance coming into game 1 of the day in South Angle as well, where they have emerged as a top 3 team on the very first round. But for the side of AX, hasn't found that consistency as compared to FTF that we're looking at right now. And speaking of FTF, RDKS immediately goes in to just pummel it down, and that's where Serpent tries to chip right in, and they stole 1 kill away from FTF.
Very interesting indeed here, as we do see that FTF were able to at least be the 3rd party as well as AX contributing as well. We do see that this is going to be our top 4. FTF, Colony, Fuego, as well as ASTRAX are in the game. This is going to be very interesting indeed. It's going to be a 4v4v4. It's good. 16 players in the game, and this is going to be very, 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 very much an even game for all 4 teams.
Everyone's having 4 members all the way throughout. And FTF possibly have the final compound, but that also means that majority of the eyes will be laid upon them. RDKS on top of the roof, and they will eventually get caught out. Same goes to Man right there. Fuego right on towards the corners, as they are the gatekeepers between these 2 compounds. While the side of ASTRAX, they do have some of the best elevation out there to try to actually pick them on. FTF now going to be scrambling across, while Colony is trying to stop FTF from advancing any further down. Teddy's the next one to be on the chopping block once again, as Bamanji goes in to punish them. And not only him, Broken Hearts as well. There's only a 1-way street, and how long can it take? RDKS, it will fall down to the hands of the Colony. That stings them down below. Now, it's down to a 4 versus 4 versus 4 between these final 3 teams.
Momonji does have to be picked up, though, so that's going to be on the owners of the Colony if they want to do so without exposing themselves. So I think this is going to be very important. They will be able to take down Momonji up, so it is going to be 4v4. as we do see that Calbs right now taking some of those shots over towards members of Fuego. Not going to spot out members of ASTRAX though, but it's going to be able to shoot some shots onto his AX as well. So Calbs right now in a very good situation here, in a very good spot, as he is going to be holding on to certain parts of the apartment. But remember, limitations of movement is going to be a very interesting spot, because we do see that Fuego as well as AX and Colony are going to be fighting off against each other. Fuego now giving out some of those shots as Serpent is in the middle there. Going to be very interesting to see how Serpent is actually going to move himself out of that detrimental spot. Not much cover from him between these two spots of fire. So enfilading fire is going to be on him. Oh, Croft Barzam almost getting taken down there. Fuego in a little bit of trouble here. SLR with the 3-scope could actually work wonders for him.
But the problem is that if they were to even crawl their way out, there is going to be them being sitting ducks right out in the middle of the open. And look at Serpent. He's right in the middle of that only shack that there is to see. And Colony now going for a back and forth trade. It's going to be a 1-for-1 for now. Well, Killa goes in for that sharp shooting. That now on top of the roof. Trying to look for that Soul Driver inside of that Dacia, and he will be able to actually shout a little bit more damage. Karpazam needing a little bit more help, but Fuego, they're kind of stuck right now. They need to expand whatever smokes that they have, and they got to make it quick. Yeah, they're going to be very quick indeed here. Croft definitely wants to go for the heal, as we do see that Fuego right now being able to take the Colony. It's going to be very interesting indeed, as AX right now are going to be moving into a spot. This is going to be very bad indeed, as Colony right now taking some of those shots. We do see that Fuego now is going to be in the spot of bother, as Serpent taking advantage here. Will be able to take down Fad with a beautiful third-party shot, but doesn't be able to secure the kill. Nate going to go Kobe, going to go long towards the side of Colony. Colony right now may be in a bit of trouble here, as they are going to be rather exposed. ASTRAX are going to be holding on towards the top side. Arif taking some of those blind shots onto the smoke. We do see Colony now going to go on towards them from the 230 side, from the southwest side, from where Arif is standing. So this could be an opportunity for Arif on the side of ASTRAX to get as much information as he can, but it's got to be careful though. We do see that the sidelines are starting to open up for the side of AX. AX still very much ahead, but look at that, the double nade combo onto Angelo as well as Croft from Momonji takes them down, but it's going to be Arif that were able to take down the kills there. Very nicely done. 6 kills in their pocket already, as we do see that TBLQS was able to take down Momonji as well as the third party. We do see that all 4 members of AX very healthy indeed. Could this be a flawless round for them? Colony right now being able to take down 1, as we do see that Colony is on the killing spree as well as Fuego is going to be eliminated. It's going to be a 2v4 fight. Colony with 2 members, Killer as well as Calbs. 4 members for the side of AX, as we do see that the fight is going to revolve around the smokes. Indeed it will be, and slowly prodding closer and closer towards the side of ASTRAX, which has the biggest of advantage right now, but then again, it does not mean that the Colony couldn't really turn the tides around. And speaking of which, they're already landing a few blows. TBLQS, there's going to be some hopes here coming for the flank, but instead, he gets shot on the feet. That grenade's going to be popping right in, and here comes that spray coming with the red dot side. With this control of the barrel, it's looking pretty darn good. But the rest of the side of ASTRAX, they're giving a lot of respect towards the side of the Colony, knowing that if they were to actually get anywhere closer, it will be a little bit hard for them to even try to pull in those sort of numbers. But here comes a full beat that might just be able to actually take down the side of Calbs. Killer now going for a little bit of spray, trying to take down Arif as well. Arif now will be falling down, and my oh my, it will be the side of ASTRAX right here. Is it going to be it? Because the last time we saw that the Colony was still up for a moment, in that split second, it was decided the ASTRAX gets another for Malaysia. ASTRAX now winning big, definitely for TBLQS, Arif, Jichu, Shadow, and Serpent winning it out big for them. I think this is going to be a very interesting one indeed moving forward, as they were able to score some big wins moving into that final few circle. And I think there is going to be rather interesting for the Malaysian contingent, because they will be joining the Filipino contingent to be winning 2 chicken dinners. And what's important to note is that in 2 rounds, games number 4 and 5, the Malaysian contingent were able to score 2 wins. Overall, this might actually push ASTRAX on towards
fifth or sixth spot after the tabulation of the entire scores. I think they were able to score out maybe 6 or 7 kills. I think maybe less than 10 kills if I'm not mistaken. I think the final tally was 9 if I'm not entirely wrong. This could at least put them onto the top 5 spots, giving them very comfortable placing in the overall scoreboard. But remember, it's all a winner-winner chicken dinner format, so it is going to be very important for members of them to be able to score it out. The highlights tell a story of ASTRAX winning it big against Colony.
Where we last saw in this very final few moment, Colony was down to 1. ASTRAX, they have members falling down low, and that was the flank coming from the side of TB LQS that has been able to actually secure that final blow. And, you know, it was that lineup there that kind of have convinced me that the Colony still had that sort of chance. But thank goodness there was that flank going on, and the Malaysian side has been able to actually get another one back. And unfortunately, for the side of the Colony, you know, they stashed up very high amount of kills, just like how From the Future has been able to do, but not managing those wins have definitely costed them quite a little bit. So I guess they go back to the drawing board. There's only one more game remaining, and then we'll see what can they possibly get by the very final match of day number 1 in the PUBG Challengers Rumble in 2021. We are seeing pretty much a tie in number of kill scores for the top 3. But of course, this is where the chicken dinner will set them all apart for the ASTRAX.
All right, ASTRAX now going to score up 10 kills for them. So that's going to be catapulting them forward quite a bit. So for the ASTRAX, it's going to be their first chicken dinner. The second chicken dinner for the Malaysian contingent. Not too far behind is going to be Colony PH, From the Future, NRX Esports, Fuego, Bahamut Gaming, Bot Slayer, and Samurai making our making our top 8. For our lower 9, for our lower 16 is going to be Archangel Predator, Eagle 365 Esports, Suark, Nomad, Sangat Super SANTUN, Monkey Boss, Team Extraordinaire, and a Friendly Fire Gaming.
That's right. So that will wrap up all the 16 teams' points that they have garnered in match 5 itself. We will definitely tabulate this before we jump in towards match number 6. But of course, we give production a little bit more of that time to, of course, add those numbers all together so that we can see how all the teams have been faring thus far. So in the PUBG Challenger Rumble 2021, I think we've already seen so many things that we couldn't really pinpoint what to expect, because many of these teams, of course, either if they're consistent or inconsistent, it's hard to pinpoint which team will be the one that gets that chicken dinner for each respective match.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I think it's going to be a huge determining factor for a lot of these teams. Consistency and getting chicken dinner, and looking to be able to get those kills are really important. We did see that slowly but surely FTF was able to climb higher and higher and higher. But I guess that with all that out of the way, let's just take a short break. I'm Hound, he's Contra, and we're going to be back with more PUBG action. Don't you dare go anywhere.
Everyone, Brian Corrigan here with another new state field trip. Today we're looking under the hood of some of the new vehicles you'll encounter in Troy. Then we'll review the utilities you need to master to best the competition. Let's jump right in. We've all been there. The blue zone is on your heels and you need a fast getaway. Troy has the classic PUBG vehicles that you know and love, but there are also a lot of new toys in the garage. First up is the Volta, an all-electric speedster featuring speedy electric transmission and a stealthy engine. Although it's quieter than its gassy counterparts, it's still as audible range-wise as the other vehicles. So keep your ears perked, the sound is unmistakable in the field. Sounds like the perfect ride, right? Well, there's a catch.
Although the battery consumption is comparable to conventional cars, engaging the boost will chew right through the charge, so use it sparingly or you'll find yourself stationary. Oh, and the blue zone is a magnetic field, so it isn't kind to batteries. Driving through it will drain the battery over time.
So is it the best option? That depends on your situation.
Next up is the Vulture, Troy's all-new two-wheel juggernaut. This bird is a slow accelerator, but once you engage the boost, you'll be tearing through the town. That said, while the Vulture boasts a higher max speed than conventional motorbike, that momentum is dependent on the boost, which is a total gas guzzler. So keep an eye on the road and the other on the fuel gauge. Let her rip.
If you're battle weary and need some time to heal up and re-strategize, the tram, Troy's railway of the future, is a fine choice. Perpetual and impenetrable, you'll be gliding through the city safely, so long as no one else is inside or planning an ambush on your exit. Those are just a few new options you'll have to traverse Troy, but you'll need more than vehicles to survive the battlegrounds. Here's a peek at some of the new utilities New State has to offer, starting with the drone shop. In addition to gathering loot the old-fashioned way, you'll now find and accrue drone credits as you explore Troy,
Which can be exchanged for meds, ammo, and new items designed to give you the upper hand in the futuristic mayhem.
Once you complete your purchase, your items will be delivered by, you guessed it, a drone. Beware though, just like care packages, collecting the goods can be a risk. Drones draw a lot of attention, so watch out for the Vulture swooping in.
You'll have new protection though, such as Dyneema armor, which has added protection against 5.56, 9mm, and 45 ACP ammo, thanks to its ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene composition. I know you're thinking that's overpowered, but there's a trade-off. It's more vulnerable to 7.62, 300 Magnum, and 12-gauge ammunition. So if you're on the other side of high-caliber assault rifles, snipers, or shotties, you might want to stick to regular armor. Yet another situational choice that could make or break the next encounter.
Our last stop in this New State field trip brings us to the Armory. Let's check out the weapon customization system. Those with a keen eye might have noticed some familiar guns and maybe some not so familiar attachments. New State lets you customize any gun to suit your playstyle. The customization kit resembles a toolbox that you'll find scattered around Troy, which will help supplement the shortcomings and/or amplify the advantages of your guns. For example, turn that single-fire weapon into a full-auto killing machine. Or maybe your favorite gun needs a bit more range. Swap out that barrel. But be careful, modding weapons is all give and take, so make sure not to over-specialize.
Also, this is not a static toolkit. The customization system and its offerings will be consistently updated and cycled post-release.
Well, that brings us to the end of today's field trip into Troy. But rest assured, this is only the beginning. There's much more left to discover, so please join us on the next excursion where we'll be looking at more exciting updates. As always, we love and value your feedback, so comment down below. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to stay up to date on all PUBG New State info, and I'll see you on the next trip into Troy.
Yes, please.
What sort of changes do you expect?
Yeah, I will be running with the new squad. Goal is become the survivor. I must survive.
Los comentarios significativos.
I will demonstrate to the world what actually shot is on the ground.
Whoa, what the?
And once again, welcome back to the PUBG Challenge Rumble. Well, I got my tongue all tied up. Let me do it again. PUBG Challenger Rumble 2021. My name is Contra, and this is the Hound, and we're down to the final set of game for today. But of course, nonetheless, if you guys are craving for more chicken dinners, and of course, more games to come tomorrow, we'll do have another 6 set of matches on your way. So, with that said, you know, past couple of games, it's been topsy-turvy. It has been heart-wrenching for some of the teams with the top frags, but no chicken dinners whatsoever. But last game, the ASTRAX has been able to find a win of their own. They started on a high note on the initial bout, hitting into match number 1. After that, a little bit of fall off happened in between. They start to pick themselves back up, and look where they are now in match number 5. Back on the number 1 with that winner in the chicken dinner. But then again, if we add those numbers up all together, we've got 5 different teams, 5 different chicken dinners, and it's down to the kill points here that matters the most.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very, very indicative of who will be able to come up on top. And I think that, yeah, despite the fact that we did see some crazy plays, if one of these teams are able to actually score out big wins, then it could be very interesting indeed. As we have seen it again and again, it is going to be Colony PH on the first spot with 32 kills. Eagles Esports, Eagle 365 Esports with 27. Friendly Fire Gaming not too far behind with 26. ASTRAX with 25. And RX Esports with 21. And From the Future with 42, leading the charge with kills, but no chicken dinner thus far. If they're able to score out winner chicken dinner for themselves, that could be a big win for them. And Team Extraordinaire as well with 29 kills, and Archangel Predator with 23. What about our lower half of the bracket here, Contra?
Well, if we really want to look at how one chicken dinner can actually offer them, of course, a bump up at the very least into a 6th position regardless of kills, I think that's the best deal ever. And when we look at Archangel Predator, Extraordinaire from the future, of course, they're craving to actually get some for themselves. But Bot Slayer definitely stand a very solid chance as well if we really pound the numbers alongside with Fuego, as well as Bahamut Gaming, and also 4 Samurai. The rest still has a lot of work to be done. So not only do they need that chicken dinner here, they need to come in with those double-digit kill to actually put them in towards a comfortable position heading in towards stay number 2 if they are looking to, of course, secure a very good position by the very end of the week.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very indicative of how these teams are going to be performing against each other. We do see that some of these teams are struggling a little bit in terms of getting the chicken dinner, but some of them are not struggling in terms of getting the kills. So similarly, teams like From the Future, I feel all they need is one strong chicken dinner and they'll be able to solidify themselves in the lead because they've been consistently able to score some big wins, and they have always been eliminated, I think, somewhere around the middle of the pack, Contra. And I feel that if they're not stopped early, then if they're able to get a chicken dinner, then they'll comfortably be moving up to the lead. And I think that could be very, very revealing in terms of them being able to steal some chicken dinner, not to say chicken dinner, sorry, being able to steal the top spot away from some of these teams and notching them down a few pegs in terms of the overall scoreboard. But then again, it's all the most winner chicken dinner formats. I mean, if From the Future is able to score 200 kills, despite the fact that everyone else is stuck at the 50, 60 kills, it doesn't matter if they don't score winner chicken dinner. So it's kind of counterintuitive to be saying that, to be honest, but that's how the format is, isn't it, Contra?
Exactly so. So for some of the other teams out there, especially coming in from 2nd spot all the way down towards number 5, you can see how close the numbers are. A few kills or so, they should be able to actually trade spots. Same goes to the top 1 team at the moment for the taking. And H365 definitely is still in a really good position. Just that the previous round they weren't able to actually contribute too much points. Even the round where we saw Friendly Fire Gaming was taking that number 1 spot back in match number 3 or match number 4, if I'm not mistaken. It seems to be that even when FFG faltered in that particular round, there was no signs where Eagle was actually trying to compete in order to put themselves higher when it comes down to the kill charts. So there's still a lot of work to be done by all of these teams out there, so I really won't count anybody out for the moment since it's only day 1. But nevertheless, this is it. The final flight that we have on match number 6 for day number 1, as we'll be heading right in towards Miramar.
Miramar, final map of the game. We have seen it happen quite a bit for a lot of these teams. I think it was Miramar where the Malaysian teams of Friendly Fire Gaming were able to score one big win for themselves in that game number 4, whereas game number 5 of Erangel, it was AX that was able to score that big win for themselves as well. Could it be another win for the Malaysian division to give them a head here? But will it be more of the same for Indonesia or even Singapore? So I'm really excited to see how this is going to be turning out for these teams, because at the end of the day, I feel that it is going to be very much intuitive of the overall experience to see how this game is going to go. Now from Campo Militar all the way down to Valley Del Mar is going to be our flight path for this final game and our final matchup of the day. So how do you feel about this overall flight path here, Contra? What does it show you?
Well, it definitely show us a little bit more diversity as compared to, you know, that sort of the vertical drop that we had early on, or should I say horizontal. I get a little bit confused, you know, from time to time, but you get the drill. It was east to west or west to east for quite a number of times. Now that we have almost every sort of the town unlocked for all the players, so it will take maybe some time before they start gathering up and, of course, take on close proximity fights. But at the very least, this gives them ample room, go in for that full-fledged 4 versus 4, no holds bar, full stack of items to, of course, go in for those long-range engages. And if you do see from the screen right down below, of course, so let's have a little bit of a peek on Extraordinaire with a little bit more taps going on. But PUBG News State's coming up, and I am stoked to, of course, get that game downloaded. But first, you guys will have to pre-register from your iOS or even Android mobile.
Yep, so make sure you get it down and download it as you can. Gonna be a lot of fun times as well as new modes of play. Not to say new modes of play, new styles of play. And look at that circle contra, very, very interesting indeed. I think about 80 to 70% of the population, 80% of the population is actually outside of the circle and very much spread out. So this is gonna be very interesting for those that are at El Pozo as well as Monte Nuevo to be holding on towards those spots. And those are those spots that could actually be where a lot of the high traffic area is going to be for in terms of rotations. So this could benefit players with long range scopes for sure moving forward, Contra.
Indeed, it will be able to, of course, showcase majority of the teams here with their prowess on those long range engagement. And I also would put a lot of hopes for them to head right in towards the Monte Nuevo section and take on a little bit of a urban warfare. We haven't seen that for the entirety of the day, where we have already seen many fights taking place on the very final circle, outside of open terrains at the very least. Or should I say, sometimes there's always creases of the hill that they can still hide in. But Eagle 365, they're already on their move. And right across is going to be MBS, so they are just about to exit El Pozo. But Archangel Predator, I think that they have some of the safest region to play. Despite the fact that MBS has already moved right towards the bottom side, AAP, at least securing that bottom half-quarter map, they could have that ease of access, whether if they want to choose to hard engage or just to play very much safely so.
So as this turn of events could, excuse me, not turn of events, as this game develops, this could be, I think, very much quite slow actually, considering the positioning of a lot of these teams. I think that a lot of these teams are actually going to be caught out as soon as they go into the circle. So I predict I predict an explosion of eliminations to pop up on our kill feed. Maybe around around phase 2 to phase, I think the ending of phase 2, which is where we're going to see it the most. While phase 1, yeah, we might see some of the teams actually be very much, oh wait, it seems that I spoke a little bit too soon here. The ricochets of a shot there can be heard towards Team Extraordinaire as return fire is going to come his way. So I do think that a lot of these teams may actually be caught in some detrimental spots if they're not able to get any vehicles. So I'm thinking that vehicles are going to be very much the high priority targets here as they go into the play zone, Contra.
Yeah. And we saw Bahamut trying to actually make a cruise down Cruise the Val, but of course getting stopped halfway mark. Not too much of a worry, but for Botslayer, they've already moved across as Nomads haven't been able to actually hit the mark. Now, of course, you have made a little bit of a foresight of what will happen down the phases. Phase 2, most likely so, at the very end of it. And I'm looking at the corners of St. Martin to be a very congested area, unless if teams were to do what Bot Slayer is doing right now, cut all the way towards the north side, slowly move down towards the Impala section, or should I say, head in towards the south side or the north side, then only move directly towards the edges, heading in towards more of the western terrains is going to be much better. Don't worry, it's just a little bit of a rendering that needs to be done here. From the future, he's not hovering in midair. No Aladdin with his genie in the lamp. Just a little bit of a broken heart, not securing chicken dinner from the past game.
Yep, gonna be a bit of that working out for them. 64 players, 16 teams in play, 7 minutes into the game, almost 7 minutes into the game, and we don't see any of these teams actually score out big wins. So we'll wait. We do see some early sprays here coming in. Could be I spoke too soon, as we do see a very, very immediate push coming in from them. Mr. Chan now very aggressive for the side of Bahamut Gaming. Not too far behind is going to be his teammates as well. Going to give him a little bit of support. It's got to be careful though for the side of Ziobo, I think, if I'm not mistaken, that is going to be on the other side of that. So this could be one of the ways for Bahamut Gaming to actually try to pressure on towards the side of 2ARC.
2ARC haven't had a fantastic day. Bahamut hoping to really start the party at the very least. Taps actually connect coming from the side of RCM. Now, this is just by the top heels of St. Martin, but now that they're pretty much outnumbered, I guess it's more of a call for Bahamut to back away, especially when there are shots coming in from the far western direction. So, not really the best case scenario for them if they were to, of course, go on a long-haul journey all the way into the west. Speaking of journey to the west, I'm pretty sure that some of you guys may have heard about the folklore. Monkey Boss, if that's the correct name.
That's
might
very
just be
meta.
Monkey Kings.
Very meta
Okay.
in terms of your references here, Contra. Very obscure and very meta in terms of your references for sure. But going for it, so from the future, not back from the future, is definitely going to be holding on towards a high ground position, but is going to be scoped up maybe by the side of NRX Esports. NRX right now, one of the bigger winners, could benefit from another chicken dinner for themselves here. Could catapult them forward. Eagle 365 now getting some shots on the Triple S. But none of them are going to ring through.
None of that at all. Colony still dominating day number 1. Top 5 teams are the ones with the chicken dinners. Well, Colony is the first team to bring it to the 30 series of kills. Hansi of Eagle Eye needing to stash in 5 more points of kills in order to overtake the likes of Colony, while Shibboleth right now goes in to try to negate any kind of commotion that will be sent his way. So Hansi and the rest of them are on this weird split where 2 of them are taking on the high ground and the 2 on the lower side. So if they were to actually let go and not really apply pressure, that will be the end of them. So this is why they keep pummeling bullets after bullets, although they're not really getting too much out of it.
Yeah, so looking at how these players are going to play it out, I feel that that's going to be one of the ways that... Oh, wait, but before that, though, we do see that we're going to be going on to Team Extraordinaire. This could be a very interesting fight. Nate, they're going to go off. How now going to be very, very much pushing into this spot. It's going to go circle and loop around. Could be an opportunity for him to get one. Sunshine not too far behind as well. Going to go onwards to get Triple X Death down. Look at that from the top side. 4 Samurai eliminated by Team Extraordinaire. How getting that final kill.
How playing more than how, if you guys understand Chinese, of course. I only understand 10% of it, but I guess it's how enough. So it stands for good, just in case you guys don't know. So he's one of the final few players that's still alive for Team Extraordinaire. 3 pointers in. Extraordinaire, quite an unfortunate run for today. You know, they have did pretty much very well as compared to many of the teams. FTF, of course, had the most amount of kills, which I got to correct my statement early on. I was looking at the top 5. Out of the top 5, of course, the ones with chicken dinner. Colony does have the most kills, but if we want to look at the numbers, it's FTF as well as these guys right here who's really putting those all the way in their pocket, but not really getting that bite. Now, AAP is playing a little bit of a turret defense, trying to look for that vehicle as NRX Esports is going to be having, whoa, a broken vehicle right into the streets, and Triple S. They are not right now stranded in the middle of the desert with nowhere to run, with very little room to hide.
So Tsunami now taking some of those long-range shots, as we do see that Triple S right now in a lot of bother here. 2 members already down for the side of Triple S, as we do see that the fire coming in from the side of Namziao as well. Sandwiched in from those 2 sides is definitely going to benefit members of NRX. Those overlapping angles of fire is definitely going to be detrimental towards Triple S as they decide to bug out and be like, yeah, we'll live to fight another day, Contra.
Yeah, I guess that was where they have established very good zone control, and Phase 2 feels like it's taking forever. 15 teams still intact. The first one to fall was the 4 Samurais. And, you know, Miramar is just a very difficult place to be, especially when you have such a high mechanically gifted skill cap that's on, or is there even the cap to actually put onto the likes of all these pro players? CJ, one that I've been looking out for, hasn't been able to, you know, go in for his signature solo showdowns out there, but instead, I think that Elgin Bots as well as Mad Dog has been getting themselves some really good positions for the team. Of course, it's not always about individual plays after all when you come into such an esports title that will have to rely on majority of your members to make things work. And to actually make things work here, NRX, they're applying so much pressure, all of them pointing the same gun all the way to pick off against Eagle 365.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those turns here, as we do see that Namziao going to give more into Team Extraordinaire. So that's going to be very revealing indeed in terms of them trying to get some of the shots off Nysel here. May actually be in one of those situations where he does spot out members of Triple S, Sopan Santun squad, if I'm not mistaken. Sangat Sopan Santun, excuse me, as they are 2-man down, as they are looking to get away from all of this action and try to at least survive it out. Monkey Boss to 2807 here, looking towards getting that high-range shot, high-angle shots from the top side of the map where he is there. So this could be very much the way that he works it out, but oh no, SOPAN being taken down. We do see 3 members from the side of BS now down for the count, as Fuego now being very aggressive indeed. As Pasha will be able to take down Far 12. Pasha takes down another one as well.
And he's left all alone, though. I don't think that he could actually do all too much. Escorex needing a little bit of help, but he is finding a little bit of the health bar being chunked out from the side of Barzam. Pasha possibly will not be able to save Escorex for now. Playing as a Lone Ranger. Well, Chins has already seen a little bit of glimpse of Pasha over the other corner. He drops a nade. Can he actually connect, though? Immediately being sidestepped, and Barzam is just holding him company. Well, Angelo coming in with a little bit of a flank, and further to the side of Botslayer, it's them being stuck at the corner of the wall, and there's nothing much to be done about that. So, good 4 pointers out there for Fuego.
Yeah, Fuego was able to at least take out Botslayer. Very, very nicely done for them, and it seems that Pasha wasn't able to use his speed in that sense, and it was very unfortunate for them in terms of how they were fighting it out. But then again, it's all about the movement and the closeout for the side of Fuego, but we're going to be moving over to Bahamut Gaming, though CLNY Colony in a lot of trouble.
And indeed they are. TBL QS already down to his final bullet, needing to actually go in for a reload. Now it's going to be able to actually find one member inside of Colony. Not too sure where that is, but that's definitely a huge pickup out there. Colony now trying to establish a little bit more dominance if they can actually close out this game inside of Miramar. And Tuark is just sending straight shots into his compounds where Bahamut Gaming, initially they were having two members split up over the top side of the hill. Now they cannot do exactly so because majority of the zone has already been close off limits. While MBS bullets out the bullets. It's going to be FFG coming back into action. The last time we saw them perform inside of Miramar, they've been able to actually get that chicken dinner. Now with Savior as well as Kevy, they have been able to secure 2 kills for the Malaysian side. Savior being their top fragger for now. Aoki also dishing quite a substantial damage out there. He's number 14 and the average damage department overall, and Monkey Boss having the final member being taken out, and that's going to be RNRX that will be chipping right in. FFG has known the fact that there is some teams lying around waiting for them to just move out of the way. But now that it's kind of in between Monty and Evo, many of them are scratching their head, wondering where exactly is the best place to be coming to phase number 5.
So coming in from members of FFG, they are in a really interesting spot. They do have quite a bit of defilate here that they can work with. So I'm thinking that this could be one of the opportunities for them to actually try to fight it out. But it is going to be rather interesting as we switch views over to Colony. They are going to be oversighted by members of AX. We do see some shots there coming in from Killa, Momonji, as well as Alec towards members of AX. Arep now going to go for the single man, not to say single man flank, but going for a wider angle. Could be an opportunity for you to get some of those kills.
Ooh. Speaking of kills right there, Archangel Predator having member drop outside, and this is really concerning. As much as there are smokes, Friendly Fire Gaming, they have that perfect elevation to readily go in for the taps, and it seems like Savior has been able to connect one. Now switching over, and that's where Teddy will be able to find Catalia, but we are definitely fixating our eyes. We're not Candy actually going for the save. Archangel Predator may have to give way. SOPAN SANTUN, next team to go out. 13th spot for them.
All right, so we do see Xavier now being able to score 2 kills for his team, FFG, as they are going to be bugging out and saying, you know what, let's go switch positions, but they got to be careful, though. AAP still very much in a play here. Team Extraordinaire gets very much close by with Fuego, as Angelo will be able to take down Neil in that exchange, where we do see How now taking some of those shots. Will be able to go for the energy drink pickup as well as try to switch up his angles.
Yeah, Fuego doesn't really have all too much to spare as well. So the stakes are pretty much high for both sides. At least end on a high note for the evening. That's the only wish that they could possibly go for, especially going as a Lone Ranger. It's going to be a lot more difficult. Killa now finds the head of Savior. Same goes to FDF. Oh my goodness, a collateral coming right through. FDF versus FFG once again. This is where FDF tries to go in to avenge some of the results that they had. And of course, with that blast of the grenade, Tade will be securing all of them, having the last laugh. And they say, yep, to hell with you if I can. And Teddy absolutely clutched it, being the final remaining member of From the Future.
Well, very, very much unfortunate for the side of Friendly Fire Gaming. They were taken out at position number 12 in that exchange, and it seems that it was all on FTF as well as Colony being able to take them out for the count, and that's just unfortunate for them moving into it. It was a nice try for them, but it seems that the third-party curse is real.
That's right. And I guess that this is one of the more difficult situations when you have a hard shift. Instead of Monte Nevo directly inside the city, it's moving up and towards the mountainous hills. That's going to be either lurking around the outskirts of Power Grid, of course. Hey, there's a little bit of a special delivery, which Teddy potentially has already picked up. So I guess it isn't all too bad, especially when you have so many stocks of items to stash up upon, where he could definitely pull off a little bit of an old school Ibiza play, where you just pop 20 over smokes if you do have any sort of space for that. Now, grenades are being lobbed right by. I guess that there's not much room, but oh my goodness me! ASTRAX to crash right in and straight in towards the face of Kali, and it's only gonna be Killa that's gonna be left here. While from the future is the next one to fall. I guess that Low Ranger's not gonna be able to actually hold on tightly, and the colony is eliminated alongside with E36, where Bahamut having XEZ absolutely destroying the entirety of Eagle 365. What on earth is going on in Miramar?
Wow, Miramar is definitely going to be one heck of a fight for a lot of these players here, as we do see. Oh no, ASTRAX eliminated at 7th spot.
Whoa, Elgin bots? Are you kidding me? He capitalized on all these mock members and he just got the easiest triple of his lifetime. Wish we could actually get a glimpse of that. Now, phase number 5 is already closing right in. It's time for phase number 6, but APAC Gaming may just say, finally, we have a chance at this chicken dinner.
Chicken dinner here, potentially for the side of NRX, EX, AAP, Fuego, Bahamut Gaming, and Nomads here. This could be one of the ways for some of these players to actually win it out and push out forward. Potentially could be another Filipino win here, as the number of Filipino teams are definitely a lot higher than anyone else. But we do see that moving forward, the rings of suppressed shots could be working in their favor. So we do see that Nomads now, 3 kills for Imperius moving forward. Phase number 6 about to end, and it seems that there is a bit of urgency in their steps closing out.
And now Imperius tries to line all the shots on the 8 times, and okay. Instead of him hopping around, it's the broken vehicle is kind of doing a little bit of twerk. Don't have any bad ideas, by the way, guys. It's only a little bit of a visual glitch, not to worry. AAP now going for a shot. Extraordinaire, the next one to fall. Now it leaves only 5 more teams on the block. 23 minutes, 45 seconds. NRX is in a really good position here to secure a win of their own as well. But Archangel Predator, if they do get this window, alongside with more kills, that could also shoot them to that number 1 spot. Same could be said for NRX, but they need to also push for those kills. CJ, now with the nade.
Okay, so long nade there for the side of CJ. AAP now moving towards a better spot. We've got lots of defilade here for them to work with, as the final game could be a way for them to end this. Could be a way for them to end out big here. NRX, if they're able to score this out, this could catapult them towards the first spot. AAP as well as Fuego, Bahamut Gaming, and Nomads now are the final few teams left standing. Good shots there from Modoloco. Nomads now taking a little bit of damage in that. Imperius now immediately tries to go for the reply. Will not be able to land onto anyone here. Imperius throws up the smoke. Will go for the underhanded toss here. And instead of that, we do see Kirmizi now from the side of Nomads trying to get as much information as he can. It seems that the high ground could benefit him for setting up some wide sight lines that could actually give them quite a bit. It's all a Filipino affair here for all these teams.
That's right. They might just be pretty much familiar with a lot of all these screams being played out. NRX now getting a beautiful knock. Nomad now moving all around. They're just taking cross corners, but that's going to be Angelo coming from the side of Fuego. As Fuego manages to actually not only find 1, but 2 before he gets bursted down. Bahamut now having 3 members to control the northern end. Meanwhile, Archangel Predator still finding room to fend off against the likes of NRX. And NRX, they're turning tails to run towards the southeastern side of the map while they are slowly climbing up the hills. They're trying to actually check around those corners if there's anyone looking around. The game's pretty much even for many of them, but NRX, can they actually do it as a duo squad at the moment? Arcot already losing his helmet, and that's going to be XEZ going with a beautiful spray down there, looking for the final touch though. Tsunami does not really go down, and Purist will be able to fly Arcot one more time is all it takes, and he does get that knock. One more kill to be secured, but it seems like CJ steals it away. Tsunami will go to the hands of Archangel Predator instead.
Nicely done there from Mr. Chan, being able to take down Modoloco. We do see that it's going to be a top 4 here. Nomads, Bahama Gaming, Archangel Predator, as well as NRX left behind. It's an all Filipino affair here with Nomads as well. Nomads, BG, as well as AAP with 3 members, with NRX with 1. So I think Spongy will be able, excuse me, not Spongy, sorry. NRX could be able to turn this out for himself in terms of it being an advantage if he decides to play it very, very quietly and try to play a very third-party type of game. But at the same time as well, we do see Nomads, NRX out of the game at 4th spot. AAP losing out 1 member already down to the ground. Missel is going to be the casualty here. No secure kills for them, but it's going to be Nomads as well as Nomads fighting out against BG, as BG RCM was able to take down Kirmizi with some beautiful shots of our view. Imperius now going to try to go for the reply, Contra.
He's got an AUG, but it's not going to be enough, and that's where the rest of Bahama Gaming having it easy here to be able to actually take down majority of the Nomads, now only down to 2 teams. Archangel Predator has been lying silently and waiting for this golden chance. That one-way ticket, and it has to be this classic match once again. Bahama Gaming today has been shut down by Archangel Predator time and time again. Now, going for the restock, Bahama Gaming should be able to find a stash of the AUG in the crate where they have been able to knock down the final member of the side of Nomad. But CJ, he's got that AWM, and he's ready to, of course, take them on from a certain range or so. Algin Bots alongside with CJ. Now they were going to be pushing a little bit upwards, but for side of RCM, he's going to be on that far flank. In the case if Archangel Predator is going to be lurking right by 3 versus 3, but I'm seeing Mad Dog just lying by the outskirts. That's 1 grenade, or should I say Molotov, that's going to be dropped over on the pickup truck. RCM trying to zone them off as well. And this might just actually break down in a beautiful mess. Now these do spot out a little bit of glimpse of a member of Archangel Predator popping out. It's easy now, securing 5 kills already for a team. Needing a tad bit more against Archangel Predator. Now it seems like they've spotted out. Mr. Chad goes in for 1, but Mad Dog goes in for an exchange. That makes it even 2 versus 2.
We'll be able to get that secure onto Alton Bots there. Mr. Chan was able to get it off very, very well, but CJ will be able to get a return onto XCZ. We do see now 2v2, as you mentioned beforehand. We do see that nade going to go off towards him. CJ going for the heal. It's going to be a very interesting one indeed. 2v2. Ooh, Mad Dog now immediately takes off the advantage here. It's going to be Mr. Chan that becomes the latest casualty, and it's going to be a scope there. 1 shot going to go over towards the side of Mad Dog. Mad Dog now immediately goes for it. Cocks another round into the chamber. Will be able to get that kill. Gets it off, but going to try to bait it out. Will he be able to get the peak? No. RCM going to drop down those smokes. Mr. Chan is going to be taken down by Mad Dog here. It's going to be a very interesting 1v2 fight. Could RCM be able to get this? It's all about circle priority. Moving out towards him. It's going to be a 2-way flank with CJ as well, but the fire back is going to come towards Mad Dog. Mad Dog now going to be very, very aggressive indeed with his push here, as we do see that Bahamut Gaming's RCM going to try to play it as safe as he can. But how can he do this? It's all a matter of who he gets out first. If Mad Dog peeks out a little bit too early, it's going to be a huge problem for him. But could it be the one-tap special here with the AWM?
Oh no, now we're going into Phase 9 already. The very first Phase 9 game coming into the very final end. It needs him to get right in towards the center of the circle, and Archangel Predator, they've definitely got the better of positioning, but there is time to be played out at the very least. Now he needs to actually get all the smokes right over across the corner, and he has to, of course, play it really safely. He spots out CJ, popping his head off. Now he's trying to line this grenade all the way in towards the tree, being very much hopeful, but how much can he actually hope for when Mad Dog, as well as CJ, is trying to keep him out of the corner? He gets the 1 tap, And can he actually do it though? CJ still looking around, but RCM, he's not going to give up just about yet. If he moves towards the left side, he doesn't really get much of cover. CJ now popping under smoke, giving a little bit more of that protection room for himself. Now finding him, his hit is on the crosshair, but then again, it doesn't seem like they've been able to actually align all together. They're getting a little bit more impatient. That's where CJ wants to push right. He's got the M4 in hand. Can he actually pull through? RCM now back against the wall, and another Molotov to negate CJ18.
Very nicely done here, CJ18 in a little bit of bother here, trying to get his best off, but it seems that RCM will be able to take that off. But look at that, there goes the spray there. Will he be able to get it? No, it's not. Oh, it's not going to be enough, and it's going to be a big win for the side of Archangel Predator. 12 kills for Nan, Mad Dog, Evil Patrick, CJ18, and Algin Bots.
Wow, what a game that was to end the entirety of the final match of the day. And we have been waiting for Archangel as well as Bahamut here to pop up, and it has to be a decider between the two. So that's where Archangel Predator has, of course, all smiles on their face by the very end of day number 1. So added with that 12 kills that you mentioned, I'm not entirely sure where does Archangel Predator gets plays in the entirety of the scoreboard. Of course, we shall wait and see and moments to come. But what a spectacular run inside of Miramar that was, coming out of majority of teams that have been able to put their A game forward. And this PUBG Challenger Rumble 2021 has been nothing short of amazing when it comes down to the action that we're getting overall.
Yeah, it has been a crazy one indeed. As the highlights will show you, there were some action-packed fights, and there were some crazy turnarounds here for some of these teams. Nomads there being able to score quite a bit of big wins there. So I do think that despite the fact that it was almost Bahamut Gaming being able to score out the win, it was AAP that just used their discipline and their tactics to be able to score out one big win for themselves. AAP definitely got out a little bit more out of this, despite the fact that Bahamut Gaming's RCM was able to hold on for quite a long time there. I think it was all a matter of him being able to sustain the fight. But man, oh man, was it a crazy one indeed. Look at that RCM. Very, very much had to push out because the circle was not in his favor. If the circle was in his favor, maybe it would have played out differently for him. But at the end of the day, we can only how to say, speculate, right? At the end of the day, facts remain the same. Archangel Predator wins it out. And just so you guys know, Philippines, biggest winner for day 1 of week 1 of this series. Why? Because they were able to score 3 winner chicken dinners across 3 different maps, across 3 different games. Despite the fact that there were no 2 teams that were able to win chicken dinner back-to-back consecutively, it is still a big win for the Filipino contingent here today.
Exactly. So, and of course, let's add all the numbers up in match number 6. This is day 1, all wrapped up, of course, for the final game. But we have yet to see the total scoreboard for all these replacements for everyone else. Archangel Predator, evidently with the chicken dinner, they also walk with that total of 12 kills. But Bahamut Gaming coming pretty closely. If they can actually shut down AAP, then that will be a total of 11. But of course, they can only do about that. What's over is over. 6 points in for the side of Extraordinaire on 3rd place, and the RX Esports comes in pretty much tied up with Fuego as well as the ASTRAX, as they each walk away with 5 points overall. But of course, positioning matters when it comes down to this case. 4 points for Nomads from the future, while Friendly Fire Gaming comes out with 3, 2 for the Colony as well as 4 Samurai, 1 for 2ARC as well as Bosley. Well, the rest of them receive nothing in return. One way to actually end the day here on a very close battle, and Bahamut Gaming literally was hanging on that 1 HP against CJ, as well as, if I do recall correctly, it was Mad Dog. And this is where we add all the numbers all together. Lo and behold, Archangel Predator with one of the biggest comeback of day number 1, and with just about enough points, just 1 ahead of the Colony to take that number 1 spot.
Yep, it's going to be a big one here for Archangel Predator as well as Colony PH. They will be able to score that first and second place spot, ASTRAX and third spot, as well as Friendly Fire Gaming holding on to the fourth spot. Fifth spot is going to go to the lone Indonesian team of Eagle 365 Esports with a total of 37 kills. NRX Esports from the future as well. Team Extraordinaire will be rounding up our top 8. Our lower 8 is going to go to Bahamut Gaming, Fuego, Botslayer, 4 Samurai, Nomads, 2 Arc, Saga Super SANTUN, and a Monkey Boss.
Overall, I guess that today it has been great for teams over on the top 1 position all the way down to top 10, I do believe. I think below there, I guess they haven't been feeling all too great of a firm. Botslayer we've seen some brilliance coming from them, but obviously that was a little bit far from what we know the full potential of the team could have actually brought out. But I'm happy to say that at least day number 1, we got some tight race going on. It was basically points away from one another for that number 1 spot. So tomorrow, that's where we will see a little bit of a difference when it comes down to how things will be well secured when it comes down to the amount of chicken dinners as well as the points. So even down towards number 16, if they can have a stellar performance like what Archangel Predator or the Colony could actually bring up, or even better, honestly, there's a chance for them to at least drop by that top 5 spot.
Beautiful stuff there being shown from a lot of these teams. I feel that there is a lot of opportunities for these players to come back into it. Remember, this is just day number 1. Could be a lot of opportunities for them to actually come back into it, provided that they perform at their best tomorrow. It's still everyone's game, but it seems that a lot of these other teams also are slowly coming in to form. But then again, it is PUBG. The game is very dynamic. Can never really tell how the overall performance is going to be for a lot of them. So I don't know about you, Contra. I don't want to be counting my chickens before they hatch, because every time I make a prediction, it goes immediately the other way. So I don't want to be doing any casters curses here, but man, oh man, it looks pretty good for Archangel Predator and as well as Colony PH. But looking at the Malaysian contingent as well, they are doing pretty comfortable on the 3rd and 4th spot as well, aren't they?
Yeah, and I think that overall, I think that things are looking pretty good, at least for them for now. So this overall scores that we are seeing right now, it could still change for tomorrow, as they too definitely will be offering us a whole lot more. And, you know, the ASTRAX, they have been able to silently creep right in. Although they did walk away with that 1 chicken dinner, but they have consistently been stacking points after points, and you can count by yourself that it's an average of a full 5-pointer of kills per an average round. And that's definitely the healthy number that every team is actually looking for. Anything higher than that, great. You're settled for the top 1 result. So with that said, I guess the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2 for 2021 here is really short but spectacular for all of these pro players to, of course, showcase all the skills out there. And of course, you guys could eventually sign up to compete in your respective nationals to get your way towards the Southeast Asia belt, just like what we are having here for the Challenger Rumble. But that's all that we do have here for day number 1, the Hound. I think that once we actually wrap this one up tomorrow, things will get even more hectic. We'll see more explosiveness coming from teams that are chasing for that title out there to become the best in Southeast Asia as a region.
Yeah, there's a lot of that to be disputed, because at the end of the day, not much can be said or can be set. It can be cast into stone on day number 1. I feel that there is a lot of opportunities for these teams to actually come into play over the next few days as well. Remember, we still have week 2 as well to come up, but day 2 is going to be very revealing indeed. A lot of these teams may actually be very comfortable with getting the leads that they want, depending on how they perform on day number 2. But other than that, I feel like it's going to be a great time for a lot of PUBG action. What about you, Contra? What do you feel that's going to be for tomorrow here?
Well, tomorrow is going to be another day of surprises. So day 1 is more of like the pace being set, but we do have pretty much a really good team target for day number 1, where we have, you know, 3 kills in for the side of the other team, as well as they have been marking on towards Figo for quite a number of time. But the one that I want to highlight the most is Archangel Predator against Bahamut. So make that 4 games in a row that we see them getting killed time and time and time and time again. Oh boy.
Yeah, what's also something to note also is the fact that ASTRAX, the ASTRAX as well, was able to take down 4 Samurai 4 times, as well as Archangel Predator 3 times as well. So this could be very revealing indeed, because if ASTRAX is able to score some big wins against Archangel Predator early on, then that could be an opportunity for them to actually cut their heads off, cut their lead off by quite a bit and try to secure themselves a handy lead, depending on how they play it out. Remember, PUBG is all about the mobility of them moving around as quickly as they can and getting the logistics up as getting the logistics of how they rotate really well into this game. So I feel that a lot of these teams need to fix quite a few things in terms of how they set their logistical plans into the circle and how some of these eliminations could benefit them. But then again, it's all dependent on how much rest they get and how that's going to be working out. Top weapon picks for day number 1. It is going to be the Mini 14, M416, and SLR. Very much the common weapons that we have seen in the hands of many here, with the Mini 14 being the leading charge here in terms of total damage done for day number 1.
I'm not really all too surprised that many of the pro players are definitely favored side of the Mini 14 because it's available in majority of all these maps, especially both Miramar as well as Erangel. And when it comes down to the firing rate, if you tap fast enough, I guess it feels like a single shot AR, or should I say, it may sometimes look like a spray. And the damage output is definitely phenomenal. If you equip it with an 8x scope, you're ready to go. You don't really need all too much attachment as compared to, you know, the SLR, but of course it definitely is a little bit of preference when it comes down to weaponry by the very end of the day. So when they're spot for choices, they could definitely go for something that's even back to the usual, the M416. So I guess that's pretty much what we have been able to see coming for day number 1. You know, where's the love for the AK or even the Car 98? I'm a little bit sad for that because I'm a big fan of that sort of setup. But then again, when it comes down to pro players, there's no questions that they do have their own, of course, unique style of play and their own sort of setup. And the MR is definitely the best way to go when it comes down to all these huge maps.
Yep, I guess that is going to be all from us here at the PUBG Challenger Rumble Season 2, Week 1, Day 1. Hope you guys have enjoyed what you have been watching thus far. For those of you who just joined us, sorry, we would like to say that we are going to be signing off. For those of you who watched us from start to finish, thank you guys for joining us from start to finish. And we will see you again tomorrow for more PUBG action. Till then.